All right, well, it is 9 o'clock. Welcome to the September 22nd Idaho Resource Advisory Council Subcommittee meeting for the proposed Lava Ridge Wind Project. I think I've seen or met most of you either on this tour this summer, but I am back in my role now as the Twin Falls District Public Affairs Specialist, and I will be taking over the reins of administering the subcommittee from Jennifer Jones, who is retiring the end of this week. I can hardly believe it, but we are so thankful for Jen and the awesome work that she has put forward for this subcommittee. And thankfully, we still have a hold of her. She has agreed to take notes for today's meeting. But let me tell you, we're all going to be really sad to see her go, and very much miss her ability to roll up her sleeves and spearhead initiatives like this. So Hannah, our awesome Zoom technical expert, I'm so grateful for Hannah. She's going to be placing instructions in the chat today for accessing closed captioning for today's meeting. And then you briefly were able to meet Nancy Haig during the August 25th meeting. She is going to be facilitating today's discussion as you all navigate the important topics that are listed on the agenda. And as you can see, we do have a morning and an afternoon break listed. However, depending on the discussion, Nancy may need to kind of crouch into that time a little bit for your sessions. So of course, as it's a Zoom call, please do feel free to take those breaks as you may need. And I do know that Jack Johnson let me know that he wasn't going to be able to attend today's meeting, and Garrett Visser may need to leave early this afternoon. So if you are joining us or are attending this meeting and listening in, welcome. We're really glad to have you. If you do decide that you would like to comment during the public comment period that begins at 4 o'clock, please just raise your hand and we will take note of that. If you have dialed in, the raising your hand means you press *9. So with that, I'm going to probably kick things over to Mike Courtney, who's going to talk and share leaders' intent with you today. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 4th Lava Ridge RAC Subcommittee meeting. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Mike Courtney. I'm the Twin Falls District Manager and the designated federal officer for these meetings. I'm going to cover a number of topics during my time here this morning. First, I want to talk about the project schedule. We received Magic Valley Energy's revised plan of development much later than planned, which is having a ripple effect in the timeline. Many of you will be glad to know that it's not likely, the draft EIS that is not likely to be released to the public prior to the holiday season. I also want to share the Twin Falls District conflict map. There's been a lot of discussion in these meetings and concern about the age of our land use plans. I want to assure you they're kept current and through maintenance and amendments. And I'm going to show this conflict map right now. Can everybody see that?
We can, Mike.
Okay, good. So the land use plans in the Twin Falls District consider and prescribe management actions on a number of things, including wilderness study areas, wilderness areas of critical environmental concern, wild and scenic rivers, historic trails, threatened endangered species, priority, important, and general sage grouse habitat. We have a wild horse and burro herd management area in the district. We have Craters of the Moon National Monument and Reserve, which is this area here where my cursor's going around. In addition, in the early 2000s, we authorized a right-of-way to Shell Wind Energy for a wind project on Cottrell Mountain. And Cottrell Mountain is this area right here. So Shell was unable to sell the power. They relinquished the right of way. And then through congressional action, Cottrell Mountain was removed from availability for wind projects in the Twin Falls district, reducing the landmass we have for opportunities for wind projects to develop. So I'm gonna click on a couple layers here that show what's off limits because of our resource management plans. And it's thinking. So everything that's crosshatched or a different shade in this map, the yellow is BLM. Everything that's a different shade or crosshatched is off limits. And this western portion here, this is the Jarvage Field Office. Of course, we're talking about Shoshone in these subcommittee meetings. That's the northern portion of the district here. And then Burley is this southern piece. Another layer that we have to work with is we have a military operations area in the Jarvage Field Office that takes out another significant piece of ground for renewable energy projects. And I think some projects may be compatible in there, but there would be a significant negotiation with the military to get something in there. So just for point of reference, here's Twin Falls. Shoshone is here. The proposed Lava Ridge Wind Project is this area. This buffer right here is the Sage Grouse Lek at Sid Butte that we've talked about and stood by. This area here has a proposed wind project on it called Taurus Wind. And Magic Valley Energy's proposed Salmon Falls Wind Project is this area here. This is the Cottrell Mountain area I said was taken out from availability because of congressional action. So these yellow pieces are what's left. It's essentially 30% of the district. And when you look at some of these pieces that are yellow, like this one right here, we call this the gap, the area between the Wapai flow at Craters of the Moon Monument and the Snake River. All the transmission coming from east to west headed the midpoint here comes through this gap. So this area really isn't available either, further reducing what we have for renewable energy projects in the Twin Falls district. So where am I headed with this? Stop sharing here. In 3 meetings, we've covered numerous topics including effects to wildlife and cultural resources. We've talked about concerns of Native American tribes and the Japanese American community to visual resources and how that could impair the sense of place or spiritual significance of the area. We talked about water rights and effects to the aquifer. We've had expert presentations on how energy flows. We've learned from collared mule deer and pronghorn that the project area is the terminus of a significant migration. We've had discussions about effects to and accommodating other authorized uses such as livestock grazing and recreation. We've talked about the miles of road that need to be constructed in the project site. And we had a National Environmental Policy Act and planning overview. Today's agenda allows for discussion and documentation of all these topics and issues. So I'm hoping you're able to take advantage of the time today to get your thoughts and key points in order. We're going to schedule a subcommittee meeting following the release of the draft EIS, where we will walk through all the alternatives. We want the subcommittee to utilize the information you have received to review the EIS and make sure the issues identified have been addressed. And we also asked the subcommittee to closely review the range of alternatives to make sure we didn't miss anything. And with that, I think I'm ready to turn it over to Leon, unless there's any questions for me. Dan. I see your hand up, Dan. You're still muted if you're talking.
Okay, how's that?
Yeah, better.
Okay, super. Thank you so much, Mike. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your team pulling this meeting together and for that really helpful update. I just had a real quick question on the Cottrell Mountain project. And you mentioned that Congress adopted legislation. Could you explain a little bit more about what that legislation looked like? Was it part of a larger lands bill or public lands authorizing legislation, or?
I do not know a lot about the legislation that removed that from availability, Dan. I know they worked with environmental organizations to do that, but as far as what they used, a larger lands bill or omnibus bill, I don't know. I can dig into that, and I'd be happy to.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll do a little research maybe during the break, and then maybe we could have a conversation about it more.
Okay. George.
Hi, Mike. Sorry if I missed this, but are these maps publicly available? And if so, could you send us a link to where we can find them?
I think we could probably put these maps on the RAC subcommittee, the website. So I'll make sure we do that today.
Great, thank you.
All right, Leon, over to you.
All right, I just take a quick moment and just thank everybody for their time and in the meeting and stuff, and then I'll just turn it over to Nancy and we get on with the meeting.
All right, thanks, Leon. Again, I'm excited to be here today. My name is Nancy Haig, and I'm going to work with you today to try and make sure that we get all of the information that you'd like to share out and into the minutes. So I do want to go over a couple of housekeeping items. Heather touched on a couple of things, so I'm going to grab a couple other things that we need to make sure we're aware of. First of all, we do welcome the many members of the public who are observing our meeting today. And while we look forward to hearing your comments during the public comment period or through mail or email, opportunities to participate in the discussion today are reserved for members of the Resource Advisory Council Subcommittee. The public comment period will be held at 4 o'clock today for half an hour. And as Heather mentioned, if you just raise your virtual hand or tap *9 on your phone, we can get your name on the list of commenters. Related to cameras and microphones, if you're not directly participating, again, as you all seem to be very well trained, just to keep those off, and that way we can maintain the internet reliability for those of us who are calling in from home. Before we move into the main part of the meeting, I do want to address the agenda and what we're hoping to accomplish today. As Mike alluded to, we have organized the meeting around topics of concern based on previous meetings, discussions, and member concerns and requests. So these segments will follow a discussion format in which you can turn on your camera and mic to participate in a more conversational manner. You can also turn on your camera or raise your virtual hand to indicate that you'd like to speak if you feel like you're not getting a word in edgewise, or you can drop your thoughts into the chat and then we'll also recognize you that way. If we do have difficulties with the bandwidth, then we'll readjust and we'll kind of go back to a, raise your hand, call on you type of thing. But I'm hoping that we can do more of a discussion format, which is something that we heard from the members that you'd really like to participate in. Let's see, we are going to be extracting, as Mike said, sort of key points, issues, concerns. So with that said, it would be very helpful if you could be succinct when it is your turn to talk. These segments are very short, very compressed, and we want to hear from all the members. So be as succinct as you can, and that way we can give everyone a chance to participate. Any questions about the day, the process, the agenda, anything like that? Okay, so with that, we'll move on to just a little bit of subcommittee business. Leon, would you like to invite someone to approve the subcommittee meeting minutes from August 25th?
Sure. So we would entertain a motion if somebody would approve the minutes as they stand.
So moved. Roy Press.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second?
You're muted, Shauna. The other button.
There we go. Second.
Okay, so Roy has moved to approve the minutes and Shauna has seconded, and we'll just do this. If anybody's opposed, raise your hand. If there's no hands raised, then minutes are approved as they are, and thanks.
All right, thank you, everyone. So we're going to move into about a half an hour section, something a little bit different than what you're used to. This is what we're calling a check-in round robin. At this point, I'd like to invite the subcommittee members to talk to us for a couple of minutes about, number one, who you represent, kind of start off with that. And then if you could tell us how you're feeling about the project or the process so far. So just a short check-in, just to kind of get everybody out there for starters. So anybody like to start? Who would like to start? I'll call names. Dan?
Great, thank you so much. And thank you for your time, Nancy. It's great to meet you via Zoom. So as folks know, I do represent the Japanese American community. I would like to thank the BLM for its really great work with the Langdon Group and the CADR report, which I would recommend to the subcommittee members and encourage the BLM to share that with the public. I think it's really excellent summary of our viewpoint. Just in terms of the overall process, our community has been fighting to preserve the Minidoka National Historic Site unimpaired for future generations for over 20 years. We first had to fight a CAFO proposal. We then fought LS Power 500 kV power line. We've wanted to preserve Minidoka's views. We tried to move legislation in 2009 that LS Power blocked in the appropriations process. And we are very concerned about this proposal. We stand ready to work with the BLM and other parties to ensure that Minidoka's fundamental resources and values are protected, and that this administration can live up to its commitments for racial and environmental justice as expressed through multiple executive orders. And we're particularly concerned against the backdrop of the racial hate and violence associated with the COVID-19 hate crimes against the broader Asian American Pacific Islander community. So thank you so much, and appreciate this opportunity.
Thanks, Dan. Who'd like to go next? Just a little bit about how you're feeling about the project and process. Commissioner
Hey,
Kraft?
everybody.
Oh, go ahead, Garrett.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Apologies if you cannot hear me well. I'm sitting in an airport all day. Not the best view, but happy to be here this morning. Again, everybody, my name's Garrett Visser with the Idaho Wildlife Federation. We are statewide conservation organization, and we represent primarily hunters and fishermen. So obviously, concerns for us specific to this project are those mule deer and pronghorn that winter in the proposed project area, and then some sage grouse concerns that we have. But I think at this moment, I've been, well, I guess since starting this, I've been trying to zoom out and really think about the future of Southern Idaho. And with all these projects coming in, Mike Courtney gave us the list last meeting of all the proposed projects or proponents that have submitted applications to the district, and it's pretty staggering. And I think I am concerned about the sheer number of projects. Just understanding that the BLM is strapped for resources, both in staffing and with their administrative plans as well. They're quite old, as we all know, and there's not really a statewide analysis right now that covers all of Southern Idaho's landscape on wind and solar. And so, I think that at this moment, I'm trying to look and zoom outward and try to approach it in that way, so we're not playing whack-a-mole for the next 10 or 15 years. And so I'm looking at it as a larger effort that I think that the subcommittee can address and can be used, because I don't think we want to have this project go. I don't think we want to have a subcommittee on this project and then go to the next project and have another subcommittee and another subcommittee on each of the projects that are submitted and proposed. So at this moment, that's where I'm at, and I'll kick it off. Thank you.
Thanks, Garrett. I'm looking for other, all right, go ahead, Ted.
Yes, I'm Ted McNeil, and I am representing the Magic Valley ATV riders, and we're representing the recreational end of the project. I guess one of our concerns was that back in 2010, there was the China Mountain Project, and I believe LS was involved in that at that time too. And we were told at that time that we would have access to roads and so forth in the area. Well, it didn't happen. So I guess our concern is mainly in maintaining access to these areas. And I just don't believe that LS Power has really been truthful on some of the things that's happened in the past. So anyway, that's my part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Very succinct. I appreciate that. Chad, you have your hand up.
Can you hear me?
We can.
I don't know about the video thing. It's not coming on.
That's all right. We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. The video is not coming on. Anyway, so my name's Chad Coulter. I'm on the subcommittee. I'm on the RAC, and I represent the Shoshone tribes, the tribal interests. For those of you who don't know us, we're located here in Southern Idaho, Southeast Idaho, Fort Hall. I know that the BLM is acutely aware that the entire area of potential effect for this proposed action is within the tribe's traditional homelands and is a part of the unoccupied lands of the United States, which is where the tribes have reserved rights under the Fort Bridger Treaty. Those are off-reservation subsistence, hunting, fishing, and gathering rights. And the tribes have significant concern with the development of public lands and the pursuit of profit at the expense of treaty rights, cultural resources, local communities, wildlife species, and their habitat. For these reasons, the tribes have opposed the proposed action and request that the BLM deny the proponent's request to construct this wind energy project in the heart of our homelands. That's where we're at with this. It's constantly, the tribes are constantly being affected by this whittling effect of our treaty rights, where folks want to come in and utilize public lands for whatever their purposes are, but it seems constantly that the tribes' treaty rights are ignored. The loss of treaty rights tend to be overlooked, and that's my concern in this process. Is that we talk a lot about cultural resources and we'll talk about wildlife species, but we don't seem to talk enough about the impacts to the tribes and our rights, our treaty rights, treaty reserved rights when it comes to fishing, hunting, gathering. So I think that's a piece that needs further discussion in all of these wind energy development proposals and the documents that are on our plate and coming forward down the pipe. That is one piece where I think needs more attention. So I think I'll let it go at that and hope to have a good meeting here today. So thank you.
Thanks, Chad. We do have a segment sort of designated toward at least partially the tribal interests. So we'll have more opportunity to talk about that today.
Yes, I've seen that on the agenda.
Okay, appreciate your time. Okay, still looking for subcommittee member check-in. So who'd like to go now? Go ahead, Wayne.
I apologize for coming late. I had another meeting this morning. Not sure what has been already explained or expressed by the subcommittee, but it has been evident from this process that there are concerns and things that appear that will not be able to be mitigated by the size of this project and the location of it. And so it appears that it is not a appropriate use for this particular area, for this particular type of project. Like Garrett said earlier, this is kind of a starting point with all of these applications coming into BLM from different directions for not only not only for wind, but also for solar and battery. And so it will go, and our decisions that we reach concerning how public lands in Idaho in general, and public lands in this case in Minidoka, Lincoln, and Jerome County are used, will affect the rest of the counties in Idaho that have potential for these projects. And I think that it's been stated all the different things that this project does not meet the requirements or needs and for this area and public lands. So I'll leave it at that, I think that the BLM, taking into account all the input that has been put into this project from the different sources, and they've done a very good job of reaching out to all the stakeholders to try and get a wide range of information, and that it is apparent that this application should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that input. Roy, looks like you're ready to go.
Thank you, Nancy. This is Roy Prescott. I'm representing the grazing. There's a couple of us representing the grazing interest for the area itself. The history that I bring to this table is that I've been associated with the area of impact for better than 50 years. If we talk about the grazing interest, I specifically am the most impacted when we talk about the percentage of Bureau of Land Management in all three of those allotments. So I have a great deal of interest on what's going on. I have family that's around, so history and follow-up is important to us. I am impressed with what the subcommittee is working on and the detail. The only thing that I would do is caution to reserve final judgment until we see the outcome of what the Bureau of Land Management, all the issues that they're reviewing, the science associated with it. What I hear on the street is primarily it's not the science side of it, but it's that issue associated with what we think the environmental or the issues that our heart tell us that is going on, and not the science side of it. I would caution the subcommittee members to hold that response until we get that scientific, the technical side of the questions that we have answered in a fashion that we all understand and we have the time and the opportunity to discuss.
Thank you, Roy. Let's see, who are we missing? Who would like to go next?
This is Rebecca Wood. I represent Lincoln County. I'm a commissioner. I think we've had a lot of great information presented to us. I think BLM has done a great job to get us all the information we need. I really, some of it's becoming redundant at this point. I look forward to the EIS and finishing up the process.
Thanks, Rebecca. All right, who's next? Brenda.
Good morning, everybody. I want to express my appreciation for the BLM for bringing us together, and also all of the great information that they've brought to us to absorb and understand. It's been helpful to gain an appreciation for the full range of potential impacts. I represent, I'm a retired archaeologist, and I represent archaeological interests. And also in retirement, I've become a dedicated volunteer in the interest of documenting and understanding bats and birds across the state of Idaho, southern Idaho. So those are where my interests lie. I hope going forward that that the subcommittee continues to be updated, at least on the process of Section 106, the Section 106 process, and the agreements that probably will come out of that process. I'm interested to see those and the details of those. In regards to birds and bats, there's an overlap between archaeology and birds, especially, and bats and some birds in the lava tube caves. I'm interested to see how we buffer those special places, special for lots of reasons, and I feel like they're jeopardized by potential impacts from the project, with road construction and turbine construction. I'm anxious to see the EIS and to have a few checkpoints that I'd like to see to make sure that we're approaching inventories and potential mitigation up front for species of bats, especially that are jeopardized and potentially reaching an extinction level within the next 50 years or so, and largely because of wind turbine related impacts. So I will stop rambling and just say that I'm interested to see the EIS, and I appreciate the opportunity to have all the information that's coming through. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. All right, Commissioner Crouch.
Can everybody hear me?
We can.
I'm on the road today, so I'll try to listen as much as I can and hopefully stay in cell coverage as good as possible. But yeah, I'm Commissioner of Jerome County and represent the people here. And a couple meetings ago, I presented a list of about 27 questions and issues that people had talked to us about. And so I'm looking very forward to see the answers of the BLM and the EIS report on that. And we still have plenty of questions, or a lot of concerns. But I'm looking forward to finding out as much as we can and going from there.
All right, thank you, sir. Brenda, you can put your hand down, and it's easy to forget, like the signal on the car, right? The turn signal. We still have a few more people that we'd love to hear from this morning in this check-in process. Let's see if I got, let's see, Shauna, did we hear from you, Shauna? Did I lose track?
Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning.
Again, thank you for hosting this and facilitating the meeting. This project, I guess I wasn't prepared initially for the huge scope of this project when I signed on to it, and how complicated it is with so many moving parts, if you will, that go with this. And I certainly appreciate the BLM and all their efforts and teams of study that go out and put together information and that to help us in making a decision with this project. And, you know, I'm a native Idahoan and have spent many, many hours in the desert just enjoying what it is, appreciating the resources that are there, the history that's there. I represent the Twin Falls County Historic Preservation Commission in my work, and I also serve on Preservation Idaho Board. And through my love of history and these commitments to preservation, it's hard to see an area that's so rich in many ways with natural resources and cultural resources be potentially interrupted, so disturbed, if you will, because of an energy project. And it isn't just physically, but it's also with the visual viewscapes that would be interrupted. And even here in Twin Falls County, a number of miles from the project area, some of our cultural sites here, such as the Stricker Ranch, the viewscapes there, the same views basically that immigrants had traveling some of the wagon roads, the Oregon Trail had. To the north, we would see these towers. And it totally takes away from the historic integrity of that area. Plus, as you get closer to the site at Minidoka, at a number of the Native American sites out there, where viewscapes were such a significant part of the site, this would all be taken away. And I know the BLM has to entertain these applications from the energy people, the energy companies and that, but at the same time, I kind of have a hard time understanding why, the BLM has policies that are protecting cultural resources and protecting natural resources. And I would think that their policy that's been set up would be given priority over some of these applications that would destroy what the BLM is there to protect. And so, like many of you, I look forward to seeing the EIS and studying the results of the reports. And I just hope that as we go forward with the research on this, that as part of preservation, we can preserve the identity of Idaho. Because if we have a forest of towers put in, not only at Lava Ridge, but at Taurus, at Salmon Falls, and other places, it's going to take away from the identity of our state that's known for the wide open skies, the beautiful resources, and the richness of the desert. So thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. George.
Thank you, Nancy. I'm George Lynch from the Idaho State Energy Office. I would like to thank BLM for the process you guys have undertaken and all the stakeholder engagement that you've clearly made a big effort to undertake. You know, from my perspective, I do want to see a comprehensive, thoughtful process employed anytime any energy project is proposed throughout the state, particularly in southern Idaho, where Idaho has most of its energy resources. I would like to get some more clarification on what is exactly within the scope of the subcommittee's charter, like what is expected of us, whether we will mainly be giving recommendations on the Lava Ridge project in particular, or as has been raised by a lot of people, including the BLM, the broader landscape of southern Idaho and the large number of energy projects that have been proposed and applications have been submitted for. It's not clear to me exactly how far recommendations are expected to go. Given the large size of projects proposed, I would like to see a more comprehensive planning process going forward that can prioritize them and take a thoughtful approach of where they're appropriate, without discouraging closing off southern Idaho to developers who do want to utilize Idaho's energy resources where appropriate. So I do appreciate the process you guys have undertaken. I think it's been very good, but I'd like to get a better sense of where we go from here.
Okay, thank you, George. I appreciate that. I think what we'll do at the end of this check-in is we've got something in the chat that I want to share, and then we'll circle back to Mike and ask him to clarify for you kind of what he's asking the subcommittee to do, what the expectations are. So let's go to how about Scott, and then we can finish up with Leon. I don't think I will have missed anybody. If I've missed anybody after Leon and Scott, then raise your hand. And with that, let's go over to Scott, our vice chair.
Thank you, Nancy. I just want to thank everybody for jumping on this call this morning and listening in throughout the day. As a co-chair, we're standing in for Leon if he's not available. I am in a learning process and listening to everybody, as I'm also the chair of the Idaho RAC. And I would just reiterate the previous comment that I think throughout this process, we have a lot of good information that's provided back to BLM about concerns. And we really do need to take a look at not only the emotional response and concerns, but also the science and how those mesh. And George, we talk about at the state RAC level, what we might ask of the subcommittee.
Okay, the last few words cut out there, Scott, but I think we got what you were saying. So thank you.
Yep.
So, Leon, do you want to kind of wrap up this round robin check-in period?
Okay, yeah, thanks, Nancy. I just want to express my appreciation to the BLM for the speakers that they've chosen and the format of the meetings and everything. I think for me, and I appreciate the subcommittee's attendance, participation. And so I think that everything has been provided to us might be some things that may be overlooked. We can, some of you might bring up in discussion, but I think the topics and information has been presented to us to give us a good view of what we're facing here, and we can discuss this and bring up the important issues that are concerning each of us. But anyway, just thank everybody for the participation, and thank the BLM for the meetings and people that they've chosen to present us the topics and information that we needed to have to be able to research and discovery and what the subcommittee was formed to do. But I'll turn it over to Mike. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Leon. So in the chat, Dan posted some information about the Cotterell wind power legislation. The law states that, quote, approximately 203 acres of federal land identified as project area on the map titled Cotterell Wind Project and dated March 1, 2006 may not be used for the production of electricity from wind. So thank you, Dan, for that. And I'm going to turn it over to Mike to see if you can bring some clarity to the group, and if there's additional information on that legislation that you want to share. It's over to you.
Thanks, Nancy. I don't have additional information on that legislation. I can dig into that and share it on the RAC subcommittee website. I'd be happy to do that. But I want to address what George's question about what is exactly expected of the RAC subcommittee. So I talked about it a little bit in my opening remarks, but again, the subcommittee is gathering information and research to bring back to the full RAC to advise on whether the alternatives for Lava Ridge have covered everything. And then, as others have said, and I said at the last subcommittee meeting, I think there's some common themes too that maybe the subcommittee could talk about for all these projects. Now, George, you mentioned a comprehensive planning process for all of southern Idaho. The state is working on a conflict map for all of southern Idaho for renewable energy projects, similar to what I just shared. It's just not ready for prime time yet, but at some point, everybody here is going to get a look at that. So that's what I have, Nancy.
Okay, thanks. Any last questions before we move into the first discussion segment? Okay, thanks everyone. So we do appreciate what you've shared in the last half an hour or so. It's always good to hear from each of you individually, and we like being able to just give you that period of time to kind of speak uninterrupted and share what's kind of on your mind. So we're ready to tackle our first topic. We have about an hour for this discussion. This is related to tribal perspectives, cultural resources, the Minidoka National Historic Site, and the Japanese American community. Again, I invite you to turn on your camera and mic when you're ready to speak. Try not to interrupt each other, but you don't necessarily need to raise your hand. Just turn on your camera and your mic. And when the person before you is finished speaking, then feel free to jump in there. If we struggle with the conversational flow, then we'll readjust at that point. So with that said, who'd like to lead off this conversation? And again, I'm going to ask so that we allow all the subcommittee members an opportunity to participate. If you can keep your comments somewhat succinct, then that would be very helpful. We're looking for key points, ideas, and concerns. Okay, Dan, looks like you're ready to go.
Great, Nancy, thank you so much. And I'm grateful for the BLM to include the Japanese American along with the cultural resource impacts on this part of the agenda. And Chad, thank you so much for your comments about the concerns of the Shoshone-Bannock tribes. The Japanese American community, unfortunately, has had our history, over 150 years history of racial hate and prejudice directed against our community, starting with laws in the 19th century, alien land laws, and leading up to the forced incarceration of basically the entire Japanese American community on the West Coast. Unfortunately, our community suffered from family separations, government-directed family separations, which, unfortunately, many other communities have suffered family separations, most notably tribal young people who are separated from their families and sent to tribal boarding schools. The Japanese American community was fortunate to be successful in 1988 with the passage of the Civil Liberties Act signed into law by Ronald Reagan. That provided financial reparations and a formal apology. Our community then pivoted to preserving the campsites. First, it was Manzanar National Historic Site, and in California, it was added to the National Park System. 2001, Minidoka was proclaimed a national monument. And these sites are part of our community's road to healing. I see Secretary Interior Holland leading an effort to promote healing in Indian country through her road to healing around the separation of Indigenous young people from their families. This is what we have on our road to healing. And people say, well, what is it the Japanese American community wants? What do the people of Minidoka want? And I'm going to just hold up the 2006 Park Service General Management Plan, which was developed with input from the Japanese American community. And that document calls on, or identifies what are called fundamental resources and values, including the scenic vistas, the sense of isolation, the sense of immersion. And that's something that we support and we encourage the BLM to consider as it develops the draft EIS. To our community, this is sacred ground. This is where close to 200 people died. This is where our families, my family suffered terrible trauma, emotional trauma, physical trauma. One of my family members committed suicide in camp because she took the diapers from her infant grandson and turned the diapers into a noose and hung herself because of a rumor that the Japanese American community was all going to be sent back to Japan. So this to us is sacred ground. We support the work of the National Park Service to preserve these sites. I'm particularly proud of my family background. My grandfather served in the military. His name is on the honor roll. The honor roll is where LS Power wanted to build a 500 kilovolt power line through Minidoka National Historic Site. We believe strongly in we expect the Biden administration to follow guidance outlined by the president relating to the Asian American community, the importance of preserving these sites. We are willing to work with the BLM to develop administrative protections for Minidoka to preserve the viewshed. We sent a letter to the Bureau, which was included in the public comment package from the last meeting, asking the BLM to suspend the EIS process and do a complete plan update. We haven't heard anything in writing. We haven't received any written response back from the BLM. We sent that letter in July. We are very eager to work with local partners. We see ourselves as part of the fabric of Idaho. Our history is part of Idaho's history and our nation's history. And we want to work with local partners, local community members, the Shoshone-Bannock tribes, and others to preserve the incredible resource values that are in the Magic Valley. The company told us, LS Power told us, that one of the reasons that they chose this site is because of the land use plans are very old and the visual resource inventories have not been updated. The required visual resource management classes have not been done. So the company found a loophole based on these old land use plans, and now they're trying to exploit this loophole. And I understand, in terms of the BLM land use planning process, that there's a nationwide priority system, and that it's not BLM's fault that there's no oil and gas in Idaho, it's just reality. And as a result, you know, the BLM has plans in Idaho that have not been updated, but as a result, you know, this people in Idaho, the Magic Valley, is subject to really painful and disruptive proposals. And there should be a way to take a pause, to time out and do a comprehensive approach and really look at this from a comprehensive land use planning process, as well as just putting away the Japanese American concerns. And, you know, we support renewable energy. And as I mentioned last time, you know, and this is obviously a BLM decision, and it's, you know, not my role as a Japanese American community member, but as a member of the public, I would recommend that the BLM policy for renewable energy have 4 elements. Number 1 is that renewable energy projects should enjoy community support. So companies, if you're looking to do business in Idaho with renewable energy projects, start talking to local stakeholders first. Don't just launch a giant project in that has no community support into the Bureau's lap and force the Bureau to spend all this time and resource with a project that is ill-conceived. Second is alignment with racial and environmental justice and tribal sovereignty. So this administration's policy is to support these values, but this project goes against that in our case, and to Chad's point about the tribal concerns. Number 3 is sound land use planning. You know, the Monument Resource Management Plan is, I guess, you know, 37 years old. I understand it's not the oldest plan in Idaho, but there's been no update of the plan to reflect the establishment of Minidoka in 2001, the congressional legislation in 2008. And the 4th and final piece, and this I'll stop, is smart from the start siting principles. You know, if I were just looking at this through the lens of renewable energy, you know, I would encourage companies and to identify areas with low conflict. And obviously, this is a high conflict area. There's multiple important uses. There's grazing, there's ATV community, there's hunting, there's wildlife, it's tribal off-reservation ground, it's sacred ground to the Japanese American community. This is a disaster for renewable energy. It poisons the well for renewable energy in Idaho, as well as damaging the entire Magic Valley and local community. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, thanks, Dan. I really appreciate that. And so, you know, again, we're hoping this to be a more conversational type of discussion. And so feel free to turn your cameras on, especially if you're thinking that you'd like to participate in that. Don't necessarily have to raise your hand, just turn your camera on, be prepared to talk. I'd love to hear some feedback on what you've heard from Dan or additional ideas or thoughts. Dan lined out some very specific ideas and thoughts about how to move forward. So feedback on that as well. It looks like, Chad, it looks like you're ready to jump in.
Yeah, I guess I can jump in here. I still haven't figured out why my camera won't come on. So I'm not going to worry about it.
You're muted now, Chad. You
Okay,
can, yeah, you can, if you have a phone after you're finished speaking, you can dial Hannah and see if she can walk you through some troubleshooting for that. But for now, yeah, looking forward to hearing what you want to say.
Okay. Appreciate words we just heard. We have a lot of similarities there as far as culturally what we've all been through here. So there is a lot of, it means a lot for us to have these places protected. The proponent here is requesting to utilize a large amount of public lands in Idaho to generate electricity for private monetary gain. Where this power is going to go, we don't know. It's either going on a line out of state or it's going onto Idaho Power's line. we're all scratching our head whether this power gets used locally, or it seems to us that it's going out of state. And that's where I know a lot of our rub lies, is because the tribes view, we want to see a decentralization of these power projects that we have, primarily with hydroelectricity. What that means is that we want to see power developed and used locally. And so it's hard to imagine that once again Idaho will be used for generation of electricity for someplace else. Now, that being said, we're not against power generation. We're a user of power, but we want to see it, as I said, in a smart way. So if we could ever get to a place where we could have smart grids and be able to utilize local power where we are producing it, that's what we would like to see. So what we have here in front of us is a large chunk of land that the tribes are tied to by treaty. We have reserved treaty rights that stretch back over 150 years. Treaties are the supreme law of the land when it comes to the tribes here. So our concerns are not only the cultural ties that are there, those non-renewable resources that once they're crushed and turned over and destroyed, you can't get those back. Those are, of course, significant to the tribes. There are numerous laws that protect those on behalf of the tribes. The one piece where I seem to get frustrated about in NEPA processes, particularly, are when it comes to the treaty rights of the tribes. And it seems to me to be the lack of understanding of what these actually are, or how they're impacted. And when we have a project like this and several other projects that are being identified in the same area, from our perspective, all of these lands are tied to BLM lands. They have this tie to treaty rights. They're continuously whittled away. Our ability to utilize these lands for treaty rights continuously just get peeled away on a daily basis. And this is where I'm trying to get ahead of that and let folks know that what we're contributing to here is this downward spiral of wildlife populations and cultural resource losses, permanent losses, and due to projects like this, which are causing habitat fragmentation and loss. There's permanent losses of these tangible and intangible resources. And what in the end it does is suppress the tribe's ability for our members to continue to hunt, fish, gather on these lands. That's a huge concern for me. I can't negotiate these rights. They are not negotiable. I mean, what I'm here to do is to make sure that they continue on in the future. And it's getting tougher and tougher every day when somebody wants to whittle away at another 100,000 acres gone for this or that. It becomes an impossible task. So there's got to be a better way here to deal with the impacts to the tribes when it comes to treaty rights and this downward spiral that we're seeing in populations. I don't want to see this, we need to be able to view this on a larger place, in a larger playing field, I guess. We need a more programmatic view of this. Because to tell you folks, I have to deal with each and every one of these NEPA documents from the tribal perspective. They come to my desk and they're going to stack high over the next few years. So we've got to have a better way to deal with this programmatically. I'll let it go at that for a moment.
Thanks, Chad. Thoughts, feedback, ideas?
So the question I have for Dan and Chad, since it's been brought up that we are a gathering board for the RAC committee. The bottom line is, how do you mitigate these concerns? In the reference to the historical site at Minidoka internment camp, the mitigation would be to make them farther away, make them smaller in height, restrict them to 48 or 480 or 380 foot high, rather than the huge 750, and to make less of them. Instead of 400, maybe 200 or 100. I'm assuming that would be the EIS statement of mitigation concerns. As far as Chad's concerns, where would the mitigation on that would be? Similar to the other one, that smaller, less of them, more spread out, might be a opportunity to mitigate. But when you get to the bottom line, scientifically, it's still on those view sheds, it's still on those historical sites of the Shoshone. It's not a way to mitigate the impact on those two particular viewpoints. Thank you.
Dan?
Wayne, thank you so much for your suggestions and your comments. So just in terms of how our federal system works, I've heard a lot, people have been telling us, oh, this is going to happen. The deal's already been made, a decision's already been made. People in Washington, where I am on the ancestral land of the Anacostan people, have already made a decision on this. And there's nothing the public can do. The cake has been baked. But I would just point out that our Constitution gives Congress plenary power over the public land. So the property clause, Mike, to your point about the Cotterell Mountain legislation, the property clause of the Constitution vests Congress with the final decisions over federal public land management. Article 1 of the Constitution, the power of the purse, the appropriations process. So, there's an important role for them, but I would just encourage BLM to consider the opportunity cost of this project from a renewable energy standpoint, because, this is poisoning the well in Idaho for renewable energy. And the longer you spend messing around with this project, the less time you have to advance renewable energy projects that meet those 4 criteria that I laid out before. So anyway, I just put that out through the lens of, if you're looking at the lens of renewable energy, this project actually hurts efforts to build public support and durable approaches for renewable energy development in Idaho. Thank you.
Just so you all know, silence is a technique. And I usually find that somebody will speak up if the silence goes on for too long. So I do also want to say, Chad, it looked like you started to speak before Dan, so I'm not sure if you're still interested. And for everyone else, what questions, thoughts do you have for Dan or Chad, or just in general related to the tribal, the Japanese American community, Minidoka, and so on? Chad?
Yeah, I think I just forgot to turn the mute off and was mumbling.
Hate when that happens.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Let's see. trying to find different things here to give you guys, but the treaty rights part has been a struggle, I know, for myself, because in the NEPA process for years, everybody wants us to mitigate it. They all want to know how much or how to do it. But there's no wrong or right answer when it comes to it. I mean, I can't put a price on an animal. I can't put a price on a treaty right. I can't do these things. It's not within my power to negotiate or renegotiate any treaties. I can't do this stuff. It is my obligation as the Fish and Wildlife Director and a representative of the RAC here to make sure that our interests are looked out for here. And that's why I bring up the whole piece about the treaty rights, because it's not an easy task to say that we've mitigated treaty rights, because typically it doesn't occur that easily. I've been in processes where companies have actually acquired mitigation lands on the side separately and then offered them up for in perpetuity for the benefit of wildlife, which has been, those are types of mitigation that I've seen that have been beneficial. So that's just looking at it from a wildlife perspective, you know, that still does not negate the permanent loss of cultural resources that could occur. And to really, in my perspective, it's how do you mitigate something that could be permanently lost? You know, those things are important to the tribes and are important to other folks as well. So it is definitely a complex issue. I think that in the long run, for us to best grasp wind energy in this and energy development period, we're going to have to all sit together. And I heard Mike talk about earlier about looking at those areas that are in or out for whatever reasons. I hope that one of the layers that gets put on there is this big mark of tribal treaty rights as a layer on the map that Mike was talking about earlier, because it is definitely an issue that seems to get overlooked. Thank you.
So I heard you suggest that the BLM include a layer of the tribal treaty rights in some of the planning documents. You know, these are just the kinds of things that we're looking for, ideas and suggestions for the planning process as we move forward and try to figure out what's the best thing to do. Other thoughts along those lines, suggestions?
My only other thought would be to engage with the tribes on that larger map. I think that's, if the BLM could talk to the tribes more about potential wind sites. I know we've done some with the Twin Falls district, but I think maybe we need to look at it from a larger Idaho perspective, because I know Twin Falls isn't the only district impacted. If we could get in front of that with the BLM to sit down, at least with a map, to talk about those initial, look, here's where wind is good and where people are interested, what issues do the tribes have with this area. I mean, we're not against energy development. We're against energy development that will continue to harm the tribes. That's what we don't want to see. Anyway, thank you.
Go ahead, Dan.
So Chad, thank you so much. I would recommend that the BLM add a layer to its map, and it's what I call the landscape of incarceration. And if you think about the other campsites located in other parts of the country, for example, the Manzanar National Historic Site, which is located in the Owens Valley of California, unit of the National Park System, one of the iconic views is looking up towards the mountains, and the mountains are actually managed by BLM as wilderness study areas. And that's part of the cultural landscape of Manzanar National Historic Site. For us at Minidoka, the landscape of incarceration is the views looking north towards the Pioneer Mountains. So there's really outstanding artwork by Roger Shimomura, who was incarcerated as a child at Minidoka. And you're looking out from his, in fact, I would be happy to share a picture of his, but you look out, the view is looking through barbed wire, past guard towers, over the Snake River Plain to the Pioneers. The other example is, the late Norm Mineta, from a member of Congress, was incarcerated at the Heart Mountain Relocation Center in Wyoming. And in the background of the Heart Mountain landscape is Heart Mountain itself, which I believe is also managed by the BLM in a protective status. So, preserving the landscape of incarceration, putting a layer on the map around Minidoka to preserve the viewshed would actually benefit renewable energy companies by providing them with certainty about, hey, this is an important area. So the tribal treaty right area, put a layer of that, put a Japanese American visual zone around, that reflects our traditional cultural, property around that site. So I think that would help us go forward to figure out, how best to achieve a balance, a multiple use balance.
Other subcommittee members, ideas, thoughts, suggestions?
I am struck by by both Dan and Chad's comments. And one of the things that stands out to me is the need for local input into the development of alternatives. So it can't be a simple mathematical approach to, oh, maybe less here, like maybe 4 alternatives. One has the most, one has a few less, one has a few less, and one has quite a few less. And it has to be more than that. It has to reach out to local voices so that their concerns can be addressed directly. I also feel like the scientific studies that go into defining the impact from a scientific standpoint on bats, on birds, on vegetation, on lava tubes. These things also have to have a local approach. You can do a point count survey for birds or an acoustic survey for bats, but if you don't tailor it to the local situation, then you're going to get a view of some of the species that use those areas, but you're not going to get the local flavor that's important to preserve those pieces of that landscape that are so important to everyone. So I guess I just would like to echo the request for really, and I think BLM, I think you guys are taking the lead in doing that and establishing the subcommittee and listening to the public, but please going forward, maybe include those local voices in the science as well. And then also another thing that I hear coming from both Chad and Dan is this request for consideration of the cumulative impacts of all these projects. And I don't think you can do that in the absence of a programmatic approach to renewable energy in Southern Idaho. I think we went there years ago with China Mountain and all those projects where I've seen, maps online and talked to folks who worked on coming together with a more zoning approach for where wind really is appropriate. And it may not be these large areas. It may be quite small, maybe getting toward what Chad mentioned as really sort of local grid and local power development. So those are kind of scattered thoughts, but I do appreciate the request. Both of those gentlemen's requests for local input into every stage of the process, and also a programmatic approach to cumulative impact, I think is the only way to address that. Thank you.
Thoughts, questions, ideas? Questions for Dan or Chad?
Hi, I just wanted to follow up with what Brenda mentioned about local input. And she, that's a really key point, certainly a very significant point. Because the locals understand what the project area is all about. They understand through, their families who've been there for generations, or through the work that they do out in some of the allotments, or through the work they might do with government agencies. They see and appreciate all that's out there with the resources. And it seems all too often with some of these projects that want to use our public land, that they're outsiders. They're, in this case, they come from New York, and they look at this vast open land as something that really is a wasteland, and they don't truly understand the riches that are out there and the history that it holds. And so talking to locals and connecting with them before any kind of planning would take place would really allow for companies to see the importance of these areas to communities, for a variety of reasons. It's hunting, recreation, fishing, their work, whatever it might be. It's just a very rich resource that locals appreciate. And it seems outsiders have a lot to learn about.
Shauna, a question, a thought for you. A lot of times we don't hear about these projects until they come to the agency with a proposal or a suggestion, which would seem to have missed that public outreach opportunity already. So what would you suggest, or any other committee members for that matter, in terms of getting out ahead of even project proposals for these things?
Well, maybe the first step in a project application would be to survey the public before any kind of detailed work has to take place. Get feedback from, through meetings and things like we do once the whole process starts. So just move that step first, and then if it looks like a favorable thing, proceed. If not, then maybe recommend that it be located elsewhere.
Any other thoughts about that?
I wonder if there's been public, so Mike graciously shared the map with us that showed the areas that are available in southern Idaho for renewable energy developments. Has that been vetted with the public at all?
Let's see.
So when that map's ready for prime time, Brenda, we plan to have public meetings to do that very thing.
Great.
Vet those areas with the public.
I think that's I think that's a good step to begin to understand where there may be more local resistance than other places. Thanks, Mike.
And as a follow-up too, Mike, on these areas of concern, if, say, the project doesn't go through, what if protections were provided, somewhat similar to what you showed on the map for these, and similar to what the Cottrell project involved? So if LS Power doesn't succeed in getting this project, the BLM going in or starting the process to apply congressional protections for these areas to prevent other companies from coming in and taking over and going through the whole process again.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Shauna, but BLM can't lobby Congress to do that. The public can. We would have to go through a planning process to protect those areas, similar to this Lava Ridge process. Either we'd have to update our land use plans or do an amendment or something like that.
Can you make recommendations at all?
To Congress or?
Yes,
Yeah, we're
for
not supposed,
protections.
yeah, we're not supposed to do that kind of thing. There are
Oh.
prohibitions for BLM to lobby Congress. But the
Okay.
public can.
Thank you. Okay.
Go ahead, Dan.
So in terms of that map that you showed, and Mike, thanks for sharing that. You know, because the Monument Resource Management Plan hasn't been updated, there's no visual resource or VRM classes on that. It shows this area as being just wide open, when in fact it's not. And I guess we'll talk later about the BLM land use planning and the requirement for visual resource inventory. So maybe we could talk about that later. But in terms of this project, you know, we would reiterate our request, which we sent in a letter to the BLM, to suspend the project, the compliance for both the EIS and the Section 106, and to take a more comprehensive approach and look at this through the broader lens. Chad talked about it, and you know, do this sort of in a thoughtful, proactive way, as opposed to a reactive way, where you know you just get these proposals coming in over the transom. And I think if the BLM suspended the NEPA process, would send a signal to renewable energy companies to say, hey guys and gals, as you develop your projects, work with local communities, work with local stakeholders, and bring us projects that enjoy community support. Because that's the only way that, you know, any project is going to be successful, if there's community support for the project. You know, these are federal, as everyone knows here, these are federal public lands. These belong to all Americans. And if LS Power doesn't want to engage with the public and doesn't want to talk to people ahead of time and just wants to come up with a big proposal, they can go to, you know, Kansas or Texas, and they can buy a big piece of private ground, and they can do whatever they want on their piece of private ground. But this is public land in Idaho, and they have to engage with the public. And they just launched this project in over the transom that's created a lot of opposition. My sense is that the only folks that are supportive of it, or most of the folks that are supportive of it, are receiving some sort of, you know, financial mitigation or some compensation from the company. So, you know, this is the wrong way to manage public land, by being reactive and responding to, you know, ill-conceived proposals that are just thrown in over the transom without any intention or engagement with the public. Thank you.
In the discussions that we've had about tribal perspectives, the Japanese American community, the Minidoka National Historic Site, and I'd love to hear from some other committee members, subcommittee members, what have you been surprised by? What sort of floats to the top in terms of an aha moment or a recommendation or a thought?
I'll jump in here just for a minute. The one thing that I have been surprised by more than anything is what I see as hypocrisy from, I'm going to say, the extreme environmental people that are supporting this green energy, and what they're willing to let be constructed on BLM public lands. The way, as a livestock person, that I have seen that just rural communities have been choked from anything in timber and mining and ag and cattle because it infringes on lands, and then they want to do this to a public land, I just see as a sort of hypocrisy that has surprised me. I want to share some things with just the subcommittee members. I don't see this as cut and dried. I don't know, Dan mentioned that, I'm sure the administration would like to see a lot of these things go in, but they have to work, like Chad has said, they have to work with the tribe on their treaty rights. They have to work with the county commissioners on their planning and zoning. They have to work with the public. For instance, there was a wind project in Washington State that was canceled because of a threat of a seabird that's protected. So there's just a lot of issues here that we can, as a subcommittee, we can hand off to the RAC, say, here's what we found, and then let the RAC make a recommendation. But as Dan mentioned, little or no community support and high conflict, I see as a problem for the BLM and those and the energy companies. The other thing is I don't think it's exaggeration to say that I think 70% of this power or more is going to be wheeled out of the state to California and probably Arizona, Phoenix, and there's a lot of cost in constructing those lines that connect the Midpoint substation with the Ely, Nevada substation. And so I'm a little bit puzzled why they're not going after people who will let them build these wind towers on turbines on private land in California, because we all know California's got wind because of the fires and the Santa Anas and all that. And I just want to share with you what's in our ag papers, our farm and ag papers. I'm looking at an ad right here where your green energy companies are looking for farmers or ranchers that have tracts of land that they can build solar or turbines on, and they're willing to pay $800 to $1,200 per acre per year for this this right to build on your land. And I just talked the other day to a fellow who negotiated a lot of the early contracts for the wind turbines down the gorge there in Oregon and Washington, and a lot of those farmers got $100,000 a year for the turbines. And so I think the green energy people need to look more at if they want this energy to go to California. I think that would be, to me, advice is go find, if you got money, go down there and find somebody who's willing to build them there, especially with little community support and just all the high conflict issues that we've been looking at. So I'll stop there.
Thanks, Leon, which brings me to, we haven't really heard from any of the county commissioners on this topic. Any of you want to weigh in? We also haven't heard from recreation or grazing. Oh, there you are, Commissioner Schenk.
I'll just go and say that Leon couldn't have said it better. The hypocrisy and the lack of support that this project has had speaks for itself.
So if there was a little hand clapping thing at the bottom of your screen, you probably would have clicked on that. Other commissioners? Grazing? Recreation? We can see you, Ted.
I just wanted to get my notes here a little bit. Since I started this subcommittee, I probably didn't really know a lot. And so I spent a lot of time reading everything I can about wind energy. And I've noticed lately that I've had some articles on vertical turbines they're using in the ocean to desalinate the water. And even they agree that one of their obstacles is their inability so far to achieve 35% efficiency. And so I guess it concerns me when I hear from the European Energy Agency that came out and said that wind energy is only 25 to 50% of listed capacity, and solar is 10 to 35%. Also, that the Netherlands has joined Germany, Australia, Italy in reverting back to coal. I believe that we've lived here in Idaho with nuclear energy for many years, and I can see there's new projects on the horizon, and I can see that they say that nuclear would take up about 1.5 acres for the same size that it takes 15 acres of solar. And of course, when we get into wind, we're taking up large amounts of our public land, which includes recreation, wildlife. And I see the Bruno snail caused such a controversy. And I wonder where those conservationists are now when it's all right to kill bats and eagles and so forth. So I guess I view maybe an option where we can migrate more towards the nuclear energy in the thing. So I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Ted. Other thoughts? We may be getting towards the end of this segment. I guess want to get a feel from you if you feel like you've had an opportunity to discuss, ask questions, provide information, ideas, thoughts. If you feel somewhat complete on this topic. See if you have a thumbs up. No, you don't have a thumbs up option there. Okay, so let me just check in with you, Mike. Anything else that you need to hear from the group on these topics before we wrap it up and go to a break? Mike may have stepped away. Oh, there you are.
No, I'm here, just not very fast with the buttons.
Triggers.
So this discussion, I think, is exactly what we need. We're talking about things here that are going to be addressed in the EIS, and as part of the tasking for the subcommittee is, are they adequately addressed? Chad's comments about the treaty rights layer, that's a great one. I think Dan had some good comments about the important things to the Japanese American community. Visual resource inventory, recent one, a brand new one, will be in the EIS. So there's something that we talked about that we'll want some comments on from the subcommittee. One thing that I've heard a couple times now, the agency, when we get a project proposal for wind, let's say we can't turn that proposal into a solar or nuclear project. So if we get a proposal for wind like Lava Ridge, we'll have alternatives that address a smaller or bigger wind project, but we won't add alternatives that turn it into a different kind of energy source. That's just kind of how NEPA works for us to limit the scope. And one thing I've heard repeatedly here in this session was the proponent needs to deconflict the project area before we accept the application. And that's something we've been telling them recently. So I think that'll be good for everybody to know. When these things come in the door, we sit down and meet with them and we tell them you're gonna have some conflicts and you need to deconflict it before we're gonna accept your application. So that's all I got for now, Nancy.
Okay, Dan.
Feels like we're on the right track to me. I've been furiously taking notes here.
Yeah. Mike, thank you so much. And I really appreciate the work of the BLM. We know that, you know, this project came in over the transom. I would suggest, and this is more of a policy issue, and that is to say to folks in the renewable energy to pause the EIS process, to suspend it. There's multiple examples where the BLM has the authority to stop the NEPA and they did it down at Aviquame with the Crescent Peak Spirit Mountain project in Nevada. And that by pausing the NEPA compliance process, you can send a signal to renewable energy. You can send a signal to companies. And that signal is, don't bring us projects that create headaches for the agency, that detract from the agency's mission, that disrupt the public, that get the public angry, that generate a lot of, you know, opposition and controversy. You know, Lord knows we have enough controversy in our country now. We don't need any more. And by suspending the process, you will send a signal to industry. It's in law enforcement, it's called deterrent effect. And you send a signal and say, hey guys and gals in renewable energy companies, don't do what LS Power did. Don't bring us a poorly thought out project. Bring us good projects where you've worked with local stakeholders that are not going to create a headache for the Bureau of Land Management. They're not going to lead to project risk and uncertainty. So that would be my recommendation. I know it's a BLM decision, but I would, you know, respectfully request that you would consider that option.
Thanks, Dan. Any final comments before we bring this segment to a close? Okay, so you might just get a couple extra minutes on your break. Again, thank you everyone for your very insightful, thoughtful comments, for your ideas. Again, we're looking for those key points and ideas. That's very helpful to us. After we return from the break, we're going to tackle wildlife, avian, and outdoor recreation. We'll follow that same format. And so for now, take a break and we'll see you back at 11 o'clock. Thanks so much. Hello, everyone. We're back. It's 11 o'clock. We want to go ahead and get started. Before we move into the next topic, I just wanted to check in with you real quick, make sure that everybody has what they need. If there are any questions or comments before we get started, just turn on your camera or raise your hand. Let me know. Otherwise, we will launch into our next topic. Okay. We're going to follow the same format as we did earlier in the last segment. This time, we're going to address wildlife, avian, and outdoor recreation issues. We're looking for your key points, ideas, concerns. Again, try and be succinct. We want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to participate. Yeah, so who'd like to lead us off? Everybody back from their coffee break, their coffee run. Wildlife, avian, and outdoor recreation.
I'll hop in.
Okay, Garrett, it was about to get awkward. Thanks.
I am going to keep my camera off though, because the Wi-Fi is a little bit weak here. So I'll try to be brief. We all know that big game are culturally and economically vital to Idaho. You know, those species are traveling quite great distances every year to reach their winter range, and you know it's important for us, for my organization and my work, to ensure that winter range, when they get there, is intact, it's unfragmented, and it's of high quality. And so, you know, when we look at this project, it's pretty obvious to see right away that from the scoping document that we're kind of in a melting pot of migrations in this area. And unfortunately, we still don't really know a whole lot. We're learning more, but we don't know a lot about the impact and also the response of these ungulate species with wind projects in winter range specifically. You know, there's only a couple studies out there right now that are trying to tackle this, but we're still on relatively uncharted ground. So I think it's good to keep that in mind, and especially the value of winter range when we're looking at this project. You know, winter range is geographically restricted, so you know that habitat loss that we may see, it can't be offset by just a simple range expansion. So, you know, when we look at that habitat that's lost directly through conversion, or you know, indirectly through that behavioral avoidance by these ungulate species, we're going to see that carrying capacity reduced. And so for folks like me and others in the state of Idaho here, that when we look at that reduced carrying capacity, that means a loss of opportunity. And so that's something that is of concern to us, especially when we're looking at all the other projects in our state and all the other migrations that we're looking at. So I think that, zooming out again, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but the common theme that I'm hearing today from all the subcommittee members is trying to be proactive rather than reactive, and planning for the future. And I again think that we just need to zoom out and realize that, you know, what we have coming in here, and start preparing ourselves with, you know, the newest tools and science in order to move forward with a smart planning in Southern Idaho for wind and solar. So, you know, with our current framework, it only really allows the public and the BLM to be reactive. And we've already seen that. You know, this landscape was selected only after LS looked at China Mountain, which was, you know, some of the highest quality sage grouse habitat in the state. And after, you know, reacting to that, moved over and looked at the Lava Ridge site. And now we're reacting to these issues that really weren't identified until now. And so again, sounding like a broken record, I think a comprehensive statewide planning process is the only way we're going to be able to be proactive for the next 20 years. So specifically for wildlife, I think that's a recommendation that I'm interested in the subcommittee exploring is an Idaho specific programmatic EIS on wind and solar and battery projects. And that can be tiered into existing RMPs or RMPs that are going to be revised in the future. And we can actually look at this without our blinders on for the future. So I think, just to wrap this up and be brief, I think all the subcommittee members want to show the rest of the West about how smart planning is done. And the only way we can do that is to have the adequate tools in place, both for the public and for the BLM, to actually plan for the future and be proactive and not be reactive. Those are the way the smart decisions are made. And that's the way we can ensure that our wildlife species are really conserved on a large scale, and that winter range that is so critically important is conserved too. So I'll kick it off, and maybe I'll have another point, but other members can jump in.
Thanks, Garrett. Some interesting points you mentioned earlier, sort of the zooming out, looking at the larger picture, longer term, and what does that mean for this project, for other projects coming up, for the agency as a whole. Other thoughts?
I would give an enthusiastic thumbs up to everything that Garrett said, for sure. Winter range is so critical. It's important for bats too. So I wanted to speak to bats a little bit. And some of the things I might be looking for in the EIS or in the studies that are supporting the EIS would be some very specific consideration of latitude caves and the winter habitat that those provide for bats. I would like to see acoustic monitoring at any known hibernacula for bats, and also really at all latitude caves located within the project area. There's more than there are quite a few, I'm sure, but that's not public knowledge, so we don't know for sure, but I think the BLM does. We need to have acoustic data collected at those sites, at the hibernacula, probably on a year-round basis, because bats do hibernate, but they also come out in the wintertime occasionally. And so it would be important to understand what they're doing and when they're coming out of winter hibernation briefly. I also feel like the project needs to, the studies that support assessment of impact for bats need to fully account for all the local baseline data. That would include North American Bat Monitoring Program surveys that are conducted nationwide. And there are several NA bat plots within the project, within and around the project area. Those are monitored every year. So they give us a bit of a baseline look at what bats are there and when what bats do come through the area, in order to get data on when bats are there and what bats are there specifically in the project area. We need to see, I'm going to be looking for some professional acoustic surveys at hibernacula as well as other locations throughout the project, and at locations near ground as well as high up, so that we can perhaps get a view of migrating behavior by migratory bats. Those surveys have to cover at least 2 years, and they must cover those seasons of importance for migration for bats, as well as the wintertime, potential wintertime movement. I think the bird surveys, migratory bird surveys that are, I'm sure, being done, also need to cover a couple of years, and I'm going to be looking for that in the EIS, in the studies and the EIS as well. And I think they need to be specifically tailored to the habitat that's within the project area. So rimrock habitat and the nesting falcons or Say's phoebes or great horned owls, all those species that use that rimrock habitat may not necessarily be picked up on a point count survey. So I think there needs to be some tailoring of bird surveys to the area that we're looking at, as well as any conifer, juniper habitat that might be there. That would not necessarily be, aerials, like helicopter surveys, or other point count approaches may not adequately. I don't think those habitats can be necessarily adequately assessed by those just traditional methods that you would use anywhere in the country. So again, my points are a local focus for bats, birds, and archaeological sites as well. And I once again support Garrett's ideas about a wide view of all the work, all the projects that are going on in the area. Thank you.
Other thoughts? Ideas? Questions for those subcommittee members who have expertise or specialty in outdoor recreation, avian, or wildlife related to this project?
I just have one question, well, probably several questions, but I have one question first off of the research that I have done on existing wind farms have shown that they either have come close or exceeded the amount of bird kill, bat kill that they were allowed. Is that something that the other committee members or people who are in the field of bird and bat studies have seen on other windmills also?
I can speak to a little bit. There's not a whole lot of publicly available information out there. However, there is one study that I've looked at, the Horse Butte wind development here in Bonneville County, over here in Bonneville County, did post-construction more fatality surveys for birds and bats. And we heard from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Dan Nolfi spoke to the high rates, especially for high rates of fatality, especially for bats. The habitat is not well understood, and bats just generally are not as well understood. So we see a lot of high fatalities. And at the Horse Butte facility, the bat fatalities particularly were very high, on the order of, what was it, about, I think 9 bats per megawatt per year. And then for birds, it was on the order of 7. And again, this is the Horse Butte. This is an operating facility for 3 years of data that they collected. The Horse Butte facility was killing on the order of 7 birds, migratory birds, per megawatt per year. So the rates are high in Idaho, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service information that we got at our last meeting confirms that.
Thank you for that. The other question I had, or maybe a statement, is that with the amount of roads that will be intersecting throughout the project in this winter range, it will allow for much more travel during the winter season. It's not like we used to have, where we had a large snow cover that prevented people from going out into the desert. It's with our open winters that we're having more and more common. People are using that desert year round, and with the existence of additional roads being built there, there will be additional people out there during that time when this migration of mule deer and antelope and elk will be disturbed, which is always a concern for their conditioning, for their survival during the winter months. Thank you.
If I can jump in, or Dan, sorry, I saw your camera's up.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Garrett, and thank you for your comments. We too support a comprehensive approach to land use planning, whether it is modeled after some work I believe that was done in the California desert relating to, a comprehensive approach to solar projects there, or a complete planned update for the monument resource management plan. In light of the fact that Idaho does have really outstanding electric transmission capacity, perhaps a comprehensive update, complete update of the resource management plan would provide you with greater certainty and greater community engagement in all elements and a clearer picture in support of the BLM's overall goals for land use in Idaho. So thank you.
I was just going to respond to Commissioner Shank's comments on the associated infrastructure, roads, and then increased human presence in that those sensitive months. I think you're spot on there, and additionally, I think we've been learning a little bit more about all the fence, necessary fences that would go in. And so something that, I'm sure that the BLM is looking at, but, just to get that clear, get more clarity and get a solid number of the estimated miles of fence, close proximity to sage grouse leks, and then also just the overall amount of fencing, what that's looking like. If that's wildlife friendly, of course, they would have to abide by BLM's fencing requirements, but just what that's looking like and the potential negative impacts of that in winter range. We all know that pronghorn especially don't navigate fences well, certainly in the winter when that snowpack may be, over that bottom wire. So it's something that needs to be addressed, and I think that's more of a specific thing we can look at that'll be addressed in the EIS, but something for committee members to keep an eye out on.
Chad.
So the tribes have also requested that the environmental analysis include migratory as well as resident species evaluations for big games, birds, small mammals. And some of our specific concerns were related to exactly what was mentioned, wintering big game, impacts to candidate species like sage grouse, migratory bats. And then so we have those same concerns. As far as when it comes to the roads and wildlife, I guess my concerns, we heard the concerns about people utilizing these roads during winter months, during migratory times. I have another concern when it comes to the potential for us to be excluded from those areas for administrative, whatever reasons, maybe something occurs out there on these lines, and there is the possibility that these areas are excluded from our use. That's a big concern to me, not knowing well, seeing that it's like it's open, but yet it could be closed to us for whatever reason. So those are big concerns that I have. That goes along the lines of that continuous whittling away of these treaty rights that we don't want to see. If a proposal is in front of us, we want to know what is the end result. Are we going to be excluded or not? It's not this piece in there about, well, maybe or maybe not. It doesn't settle well with the tribes. Those are just a couple of my concerns right off the top of my head. So I'll leave it at that if others have any more.
George, we haven't heard from you in a while. I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are on these topics. George, I see that you've unmuted. Not seeing you. Not hearing you. George? I think you're trying to talk, but I'm not sure. Others. Let's see, who else haven't we heard from in a while? Ted. Yeah, George says in the chat that he's having some audio problems. So we'll give him a minute to sort that out. Or Roy. I'm keeping track of who all's talking. Can you tell? Let's see. There you are.
Good point, Nancy. We appreciate it. A couple of things in my history, and I've grown up on this desert side of it. The wildlife issue, and I'm not one that's very involved with the bats. The bird side of it, we hunt a little bit, so the migratory side of it. But with the big game system back 30 years ago, 25 years ago, we had 4 or 5 times the sheer volume of all 3 of the species that you're talking about. And then we had a very severe winter, and those numbers were cut in half or even more. I mean, it's just, it was really surprising how drastic that year was to it. The game have not responded back in that period of time as much as I had imagined it would. Certainly an issue for what we're talking about. It's interesting as you were speaking, though, recalling back that at our last meeting, the history that I think there were 4 or 5 other communities which had the wind towers and had some history associated with it. A couple of them had made comment that, in fact, they thought that the wildlife had benefited from the construction of the windmills and the projects that were in those areas. So we probably need to see what the reality of that is, whether it's a perception issue or in fact that there really was some kind of a change, whether positive or minus.
That's a good question. George, if you were able to look at the chat, then Hannah can, you can contact Hannah and she can help you with your audio there to make sure that that's working. Let's see, anybody else we haven't heard from in a while? Scott or Leon, do you have some thoughts you want to weigh in? So the question I had earlier, oh, Shauna, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had, I'm curious, our focus on wildlife is dealt with a lot of the major species and the birds and raptors and the bats and and the large game species, but I haven't heard a whole lot about some of the smaller species of animals and the effects that might happen with animals such as rabbits or some of the insects, butterflies, and even reptiles, the lizards and the snakes that are, all of these critters are all a very important part of the desert scene. And certainly I would think the impacts should be monitored for those animals as well. And I don't know if anyone has any information they can provide dealing with that.
Sounds like a wildlife expert question. I'm not sure if you can weigh in on that, Garrett. Garrett might be checking his plane tickets. So George did post in the chat that the Office of Energy Management will be looking to the EIS to ensure all wildlife issues are adequately analyzed and rely on the expertise of our Fish and Game Department and the Office of Species Conservation to review those sections of the EIS. So, okay. Any other thoughts on avian, wildlife, recreation, anything that's surprised you in the information that you've been presented with over the last few months? Surprises, things that disturb you, things that concern you? Go ahead, Ted.
Yes, I have a son that lives in Great Falls, Montana, and they had the wind turbines come in, and they've experienced a rather large increase in mosquitoes, and they try to attribute that to the bat population. So that was just one of my concerns. And then I wonder about migration of ducks and geese, because we have the Snake River area here that attracts large populations. I would like to know what kind of an impact that has. Also, on the recreation end of it, after I've already stated about our reaction with the China Mountain project, do we view our future recommendations on past experience with LS Power or not? That's all I have.
Ted, will you rephrase that last question you have? I'm not quite sure I caught that.
Okay, that was with the LS Power on the China Ridge project. Assured us we'd have access, and that didn't happen. So do we judge our future expectations on past experience? Or, talk is cheap sometimes. And I guess that's my concern as a recreational.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that clarification.
Can I ask a question for Ted?
Go ahead, Garrett.
Ted, excuse my ignorance, but can you elaborate on what recreational restrictions are in place now from the China Mountain project that was that did not go forth? What are you referring to with the restrictions and access?
Okay. It was my understanding that we would have access to most, if not all, the roadways that were in use at that time. And it appears that after that, after the project was put in, then there was restrictions that were put in. Now, I don't know whether it was, if LS leased this to another corporation and they put in restrictions, I'm not sure. But it has appeared that it ended up that we don't have the access like what was told us.
Does that help, Garrett?
Mike,
A bit, if yeah. So I guess I'm just trying to understand where we're at if the China Mountain project was never put in and was canceled, what the rationale for the access restrictions are, or if they're in place today. I just was a little bit confused on that.
my question is to Mike. I've not heard of any restrictions before, during, or after China Mountain. Mike, what were the restrictions?
Access restrictions. So that China Mountain area has a significant amount of private lands. And I would guess that some of the restrictions Ted is referring to is on the private lands. The BLM lands are still managed in the same manner. That is, that travel is allowed on existing roads and trails, and no off-road or off-trail travel is allowed.
Thanks, Mike. Hopefully that kind of helps clear that up for you, Garrett and Ted, with what your concerns were there. Dan, you dropped something in the chat. Is it something that you want to share, or you want me to hold on one second. Casey, it looks like there's something that you need to share.
Yeah, I just wanted, I'm not a RAC subcommittee, but I did just want to make some clarification to that on what Mike said. Mike covered China Mountain, but for the Lava Ridge project, there is no restrictions proposed or being considered at this time to the public lands. So during construction, there could be some temporary times where certain locations where it's a public safety concern, where folks want to be able to travel, but you know, that would be moving around. At no time would the whole area be closed to public use of those public use of the public lands. After the project would be constructed, small areas around areas around the substations and those kind of things for public health and safety, security would be restricted. But then other than that, all roads would be open, those kind of things. So we're not looking at that kind of restriction to recreation. Now, the type of recreation and those kind of things, the experience would be different, and we are looking at that in the EIS. So I just want to make that clarification.
And Casey, for the benefit of the public who have dialed in, can you just share your title with
Absolutely, yeah. So I am the project manager for the Lava Ridge Wind project.
For the BLM.
BLM, thank you. Yep.
Okay, thanks. Dan, did you want to talk about what you dropped in the chat?
Sure. Yeah, thank you so much. So I did a little bit of research during the break, and as part of the fiscal year 2017 omnibus appropriations bill, the Congress included legislation relating to the Morley Nelson Snake River birds of prey. area in Idaho, the authorizing legislation included the Cotterell Mountain wind exclusion as part of that Snake River Birds of Prey legislation, which itself was a rider on the appropriations bill fiscal 2017.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate that. I know that Commissioner Crouch is on the road today, so you're in and out. Or Commissioner Wood, if there are some thoughts that you have on this topic, certainly love to hear them. Okay. Leon or Scott, anything that you'd like to share before we look at wrapping this section up? Go ahead, Scott.
Nancy, I had to step in and out this morning a little bit, but no, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, are you saying you didn't have any comments?
Yes, I have no comments.
Yes, you have no comments. Got it. All right, Garrett.
Yeah, sorry for taking up so much of the section. I just had a quick question for Mike, thinking about this conversation, but going back to the conflict map, is that going to be available for public comment? And then also, I guess, how is that going to inform the Lava Ridge NEPA process? And is that, do you have any timelines on when that would be released? Would that conflict map be released before or after a decision's made on Lava Ridge?
So Garrett, clarification, you're talking about the larger conflict map for Southern Idaho, or are you talking about the conflict map for the Twin Falls district that I shared earlier?
A good clarification. I would guess I did not know they were separate, but I'm going to go with the Twin Falls.
Okay, so I'm going to share it again. Can everybody see this map? Not until I hit share. Now maybe you can see it.
We see your inbox.
Oh. All right. Well, let me try again. Stop share. Doing better?
Yep.
Okay. So this is the Twin Falls District conflict map that I shared at the start. My cursor is going around the Lava Ridge area. So currently it does not show it conflicts, and that's how the project proponent wound up there. And I shouldn't say it doesn't show conflicts. We got these two sage grouse leks that were mitigated. They are no longer proposing to build up there. And then this one's been buffered. So we did use the conflict map to buffer the actual project proposal. And the project wound up here because this area shows there's no conflict. Now, we've since learned there are other things happening here that we need to address. So Garrett, to answer your question, this is the map we'll use for this project. And this information will feed into the larger state of Idaho conflict map.
Thank you, Mike. And then just a quick follow-up, that larger statewide conflict map, is that going to be released for public consumption and comment?
Yes, that one will be carefully vetted with the public, complete with public meetings.
And any timelines on that?
Well, we're hoping that we can start this fall with sharing that map, but you know, I'm not sure what all they have or what they're looking for to complete it at this point. So should be this fall though, Garrett, when that thing becomes available and those meetings are scheduled.
Thanks, Mike.
Dan, were you
Mike?
gonna? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, while you've got that map up, first off, it's very helpful. There's a we've been focusing on the Lava Ridge project area, which is north of Minidoka. As you can see from the map, there's a strip of land, BLM land, that runs sort of east-west between, yeah, there you go, right there. Could you speak to any proposals or activity or high resource values for that strip of land?
Well,
Please.
sure. We do not have a proposal on that strip of land as we speak. And we in BLM know that this particular strip of land is incredibly important for big game when we get deep snows, because that's the end of the line before they hit the Snake River Canyon.
Great, thank you. And then I'm sorry in advance if this is going to sound harsh, and I have been in land conservation, wildlife conservation for decades, going back over 30 years, working to preserve some of America's most significant wildlife habitats and habitat for salmon, Columbia River salmon, Alaska, Pacific coastal salmon, as well as endangered species. And in looking at this map, you know, you've done a really excellent job highlighting the wildlife resources. And I know that's driven by the Endangered Species Act. But in terms of the human element, it's really not there. I mean, even though Congress directed the Secretary of the Interior to protect and interpret the entire Minidoka Relocation Center, not just the park, but the entire 33,000 acre relocation center, that's in statute. There's no human GIS layer, the tribal sovereignty, the off-reservation subsistence, like to Chad's point, it's not there. The Minidoka visual importance, the landscape of incarceration, and I will send around that Roger Shimamura painting separately to the group. But it seems like, you know, you've done a great job on wildlife, but not as good a job as on people. And I would encourage you as going forward, you know, just consider, and I know you're doing this, but consider the impacts this has on real communities, people that have direct connections that are located all across the United States. Thank you.
Dan, I think you're right. You know, this map doesn't reflect everything. That's for sure. And we're learning as we go. We've learned about, one of the things we learned was about the pronghorn and mule deer migration that winds up here. So when we scope the larger map or have our public meetings for it, those are things that we want to capture. But when we get project proposals like this, you know, we go with what we have. And then as we learn stuff, we got to make sure we address it in the NEPA document. In this case, it's an EIS. And that's part of the tasking for the RAC. You know, these things that we're talking about today, are they adequately addressed in the EIS?
Great, thank you, Mike, appreciate it.
Shauna. Shauna, you have your hand up.
Yeah, there, sorry.
Yeah.
I couldn't get to that button. Anyway, yeah, as a follow-up to what was mentioned by Dan with the human element, I was reminded of a story in a meeting we had several months ago when Carolyn Smith talked about the importance of the eagle to her family and her mother specifically. And Carolyn Smith being one of the leaders of the Shoban tribe. And when I think of that cultural connection and how these turbines may be allowed to come into this area where there are direct impacts on eagle populations, it's hard for me to understand that. And I can imagine culturally, I can't really say in great detail, but I can just empathize with some of the feelings tribal members may have with this. Also, Mike, when you look at this critical area, I can't see in the legend, it's too small, but that dark red, dark orange area to the northeast of the
Over here.
Yeah, I was curious what that is, it would be critical.
So this is Craters of the Moon National Monument and Preserve. It's this whole area here. I believe it was through executive order of President Clinton that established this. Of course, we always had the National Park Unit at Craters of the Moon itself up here, but it was expanded. So this is Laidlaw Park. We refer to this area between the lava flows as the gap. That's what that is, Shauna.
Oh, okay, because I was curious if any of the items that make those areas critical, if they spill over into the Lava Ridge area and would deserve protection.
Well, so, looking at our land use plans, the area is deemed critical through maintenance or when they wrote it, or just actions keeping it current. Doesn't show anything here.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you, Mike.
Mike, this is Dan again. Sorry to jump in. There's that area north of the lava ridge on the other side of those sage grouse between craters. Does that have a name, or are there features in there, or is that something you could describe a little bit? Or
So, yeah, I sure can. The road that goes from Shoshone to Minidoka kind of goes like this over to Minidoka, and then Burley's somewhere down around here. Dietrich is right about here. And these lands, this kind of falls into a lot of the conversation we're having today. If we have wind projects that stretch from here to here, we're saying that this general sage grouse habitat that is in these areas may never be sage grouse habitat again if they're avoiding those tall structures. So there's actually some discussion in BLM right now about what do we do with this piece? Because we know it's not in great shape because of fire, but we know that if we can stop the fires from happening, we can make good habitat out of this again. So, we're right now thinking that maybe we don't want any projects up here.
so that would be a sage grouse restoration area.
And it's also part of the big game migration area. So it's important for the animals that are coming out of this country down around here and winding up down in the project area.
Is there some sort of terrain feature or geographic feature that would describe that that area in between craters and that road from Dietrich?
Well, I think it can be described as the same kind of geology that is around Craters of the Moon, lava blisters and native vegetation.
Great, thank you. And then the Monument Resource Management Plan, does that include the proposed Taurus wind project as well? Is that part of Monument RMP?
Yes.
Great, thank you. That's super helpful.
Okay, any final thoughts related to this segment, wildlife, aviation, or recreation?
Well, I have one final thought, Nancy, and
Okay.
it gets to a comment about BLM being reactive, because it frustrates BLM too, but I think it's important for us all to know that we in BLM, we work for the executive branch, and we have a new boss every 4 to 8 years, and they have different priorities. So even if we have current plans and everything as current as possible, sometimes we can't anticipate the new priorities. And an example from the last administration was let's get the public lands. They're highly successful at that. And we're working on impacts from recreation to public lands. The focus of this one's renewable energy.
Thanks, Mike. Wayne, it looked like you were ready to say something.
You just had asked a question whether there was anything that struck you or struck us as we were in this process. And the one thing that I know the area well, I live here, of course, and recreated out there and hunted out there and so forth. And I should have realized this, but on our tour that we took, it was obvious that when these roads are placed in, that they need to build the wind tower farm, the wind farms, that of course they'll be using the existing roads, but they will have to modify them in order to haul those long, heavy loads in there. And the modifications in some areas will require some significant changes and cuts and blasting and what have you in order to make the grade acceptable and the length acceptable for those loads. And that was an eye-opener for me to realize that how extensive the roads will have to be modified, as well as new roads being built to accommodate the accommodate the building of this project.
Thank you, Wayne, for that perspective. Okay, so last thoughts, comments before we close this segment? All right, then. We must see lunch looming on the agenda. So first of all, thank you everyone for participating in this discussion. Your insight, your input, your thoughts, perspectives are just so invaluable to the BLM as they move forward with the planning processes. Before we break for lunch, I do want to remind the public that you still have one more opportunity to ask to participate in the public comment period, which is at 4 o'clock today. If you want to do that, you can raise your virtual hand if you're on the Zoom, or you can tap *9 on your phone, and Hannah will grab your name or number and add you to our public comment list. After we return from lunch, we're going to tackle water rights, roads, which you kind of led us into, Wayne. Perfect segue there, and fire. So take your little bit of time here at lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock and get started again. And yeah, we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you again. Hannah, do you have that list of public comments?
I do, yeah. You mean the folks
Okay.
have signed up?
Yeah, so just give me a minute and we'll load that up. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the space and time that you get with lunch and got something good to eat. Before we really launch into the next half of our meeting today, I wanted to share with you that as a former career BLMer, I deeply appreciate and value the time and energy and thought that you put into this proposed project. So I know that BLM does not take lightly your commitment to this process, and that they appreciate it as well. Your input is invaluable, and you are representing your stakeholders well. So thank you. So secondly, following our last discussion segment this afternoon, we're going to have another round robin, and this one's going to be a little bit more focused. I'm going to try and push a little bit on that. I'm going to have two questions that I ask the subcommittee members. Question one will be, what have you learned today, or what has surprised you? And question two will be, and I'm going to ask you to stretch a little bit on this one, it might make some of you uncomfortable, but setting aside your concerns, what benefits might you see in this project? So we're going to just try and get a little bit outside our comfort zone on that one. I'll throw a picture of those questions up when we get to the round robin to help you remember, but I just wanted to kind of give you a heads up on that. So with that, a couple of reminders. Public comment period is going to be held from 4 to 4:30. We do appreciate, and maybe Hannah, you could throw up that picture of the commenters that we have so far for public comment period. We appreciate and welcome members of the public and look forward to hearing your comments during this public comment period, or via email or mail. Again, this meeting is being recorded and notes being taken, and both are going to be posted on the website of the Resource Advisory Council so that you can review those later at your leisure. Questions and discussions for the discussion segments are reserved for members of the subcommittee only. And if you do not see your name on the public comment list, but you want to make a public comment, raise your virtual hand if you're on the Zoom, or tap *9 on your phone, and Heather will get your name and number and add you to that list. Right now, we're looking at approximately 3 minutes per public commenter, unless we get a whole bunch of people come in the next little while. So hopefully that helps, and you're comfortable there. So I think we're ready to move into the next segment, unless somebody has questions before we get started. Subcommittee, any questions or thoughts before we launch into the next segment? Okay. So again, we're going to follow the same format as earlier. We're going to talk about water rights, roads, and fire issues. Again, we're looking for those key points, ideas and concerns. We ask you to be succinct as much as possible. We've got about 45 minutes for this section. So who would like to lead us off? Everybody back from lunch? Are we in food comas today? That's all right, we've got a little bit of time, so gather your thoughts. I'll wait for you to either just turn on your camera, take yourself off of mute, and share with us what you think and want to discuss related to water rights, roads, and fire.
Seems like I have a lot to say today, since nobody else is willing to visit. But
Thank you.
And I was hoping Ben Couch would still be able to be on, because this was something that was in his county, but it headed towards our county, and that was the 30,000 acre fire that we had recently out in that area. And you know, one of the things that they had proposed that these additional roadways would be additional fire breaks, but as has proven again from this most recent fire, that even though roads can act as fire breaks, when you have the conditions that we have, oftentimes with large fuel loads and winds, they will go and easily jump the access roads or current roads that are there. And so the argument that the roads will be a natural fire break really doesn't hold water in the conditions that when we have a fire of that magnitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I would like to know more about the decommissioning process as it relates to roads with the amount of road construction that is proposed and the project life being roughly 20 years or so, what the plan is for either reclamation or decommissioning or having those roads remain in place. I'm sure that's going to be fleshed out in the EIS, but I am looking forward to that.
Okay, so it's one of those things you feel like you just don't have quite enough information yet, Garrett.
It could very well be buried in the scoping, and I'm missing it, but it's an interest for me.
Okay. Any specifics related to those concerns?
It's just, you know, I think there's a substantial amount of road construction that's being proposed, and that has some impacts to wildlife, and just to see the plan for decommissioning when the project life is over, if the plan is to go towards that previous unroaded state, or to keep some of those roads in place that likely a lot of the public will be utilizing over that 20-year time frame. So just to see, put that out on the ground so folks know what the plan is for the roads moving forward and for the decommissioning process.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for that clarification.
So I have actually more of a question for maybe Commissioner Schenk or some of the other county commissioners. As I understand, there are quite a few canals that are in the area, and depending on how you would access those canals, you know, that means bridges, not on the BLM land, but before you get to the BLM land. And as I understand, there's irrigation districts that are in charge of those canals, et cetera. And does anybody could speak to, you know, the bridges and things that would have to be crossed in order to access the BLM ground?
So you're asking if any of the commissioners would be able to respond to that, and I see Commissioner Schenk and Commissioner Wood on the screen. Either of you have some thoughts?
So not only are you talking about the bridges for the canals, but the roads also. Both those bridges and roads are by highway districts. The irrigation districts do not build the bridges. Those are built by the highway districts. And in the case of Minidoka County, it's Minidoka County Highway District, or the, what's the one out Kaimana now? The name goes out of my head. But there's another road district that's out in that area. They would be the ones that would be impacted, and they have been sent memorandums of understandings from the Lava Ridge project to have them sign that they will go and mitigate any things that they need to do as far as to access that building site and to make it back to where it was. I've looked at the MOU for our Minidoka County Highway District. It was shared with me by their directors. It's a very vague MOU in the sense that it does not clarify who determines how it was before or how far you put it back to the state it was before. So those expenses, Lava Ridge says they will endure as far as making bridges more accessible or the roads more accessible to get those heavy loads and those long loads up there. But like I say, the language is not very enforceable the way it looks to me, but I'm not a lawyer. So that's just the impression I get from our highway district.
Commissioner, thank you.
Good, Scott.
Nancy,
Mhm.
I have a question, and it's off the topic of the water issues right now, but just for consideration, and I think was it? Oh, it wasn't Casey. I'm sorry. Who was it that just brought this up in terms of final reclamation? And maybe LS Power could clarify for us. We've talked about a 20-year life with reclamation, and it would be, I think, good for the subcommittee to know whether that 20-year life is a guaranteed item. Is this really a 20-year operation, or is this a permanent fixture on the land that will continue to be utilized under future sales contracts for electricity? And if that's the case, I think that is something that we should be looking at. I want to keep an open mind in terms of that use and think that in 20 years it might be reclaimed. But my expectation, and then that's why I'd like to hear from LS Power, or maybe have the BLM look at this, is what is the real lifespan that we're looking at? Is this a permanent fixture on the ground? What's the likelihood that once this is paid for under a 20-year contract, it will be even more lucrative to extend that contract for another 20 years? Essentially meaning it will never be reclaimed or removed. I just don't know.
That the project will just go on instead of not even.
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I'm wondering, is this a permanent improvement to the land, a permanent conversion, or is any reclamation really anticipated? And I don't think that question has been answered.
It might just about be, Mike.
I'm not sure if we have anyone from LS Power here today, but they have applied for a right-of-way to construct, operate, and decommission the project, and it's a 30-year grant, not 20.
And Mike, is there anything that precludes them from requesting an extension of that 30-year grant under the under economic conditions that allow them or would enable them to continue to sell power?
They could ask for us to renew the right-of-way grant at the end of 30 years. It's a pretty common practice right now with transmission lines.
Okay.
And other rights of ways for that matter.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Chad, it looks like you have your hand up. You'll have to.
Yep, I do. I just trying to find a mute button and
Success.
so it I mean, it sounds like, I mean, I'm not trying to presume, but it seems so pretty obvious that we've got a long-term project in front of us with obviously with grand possibilities of it being extended into the future. In my mind, there's a lot of permanent conversion that will occur. Roads are a big issue from my perspective with wildlife. Habitat fragmentation and loss are some of the main drivers of wildlife population depletions. I guess it's the cumulative impact of all this is where I guess I'm worried. I hope there is my concern is that the NEPA document won't go deep enough to describe the long-term consequences, the cumulative impacts from this project. So I guess my concern. I hope that this is something that is well documented, well defined, well described in the EIS. Those cumulative impacts that will come with road construction, especially when it comes to wildlife, migration corridors, resident populations. Reality is with the project like this, what we're talking about is additional habitat fragmentation. And I know from my experience from research, there are a lot of papers out there that talk about mule deer and their avoidance of roads. So the more we stack roads on these animals, the more avoidance we'll see. So I'll just leave it at that now. Well, I guess I found my camera button too.
Yes, you did. Nicely done.
You'd asked earlier for positive things for the project. And as a Minidoka County Commissioner, definitely the value to property tax that we would get off of our small share of what they are proposing in Minidoka County would be a positive. I've checked with Power County and Cassia County and Twin Falls County that already have windmills in there, and the numbers that LS are quoting as far as what we would receive in that are in line with what they seem to be accurate compared to what other counties are receiving for their windmills. So that's the positive for Minidoka County. Whether it outweighs the negatives, that of course will be decided by the EIS and the Bureau of Land Management, but that's one positive that would be for Minidoka County.
Okay. So we're talking about water rights, so water impacts, benefits, fire, roads. What other thoughts, ideas, concerns do you have? Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you, Nancy. Well, in terms of the benefits, this would definitely benefit people in California because it would enable LS Power to send electricity down the proposed Southwest Intertie project through Nevada down into Las Vegas and feed into the California grid. So it would allow for fuel switching. People can do electric vehicles. I understand that wind, because of the variability of wind in relation to solar, that there's potential benefits, from a reliability perspective. Obviously renewable energy we need it in light of the things we're seeing in the climate. However, renewable energy should be done in a way that respects local communities and aligns with racial environmental justice. So I see benefits there. In terms of other benefits, the LS Power has indicated to the California Public Utilities Commission that labor unions from California IBEW would be involved in constructing the SWIP line. So there could be benefits to organized labor, California labor unions from the SWIP project. I'm not sure about the Lava Ridge project. So thank you.
When I heard about the fires that recently happened, I wondered for a 30,000 acre wildfire, does that involve significant air support? Because it seems like one of the issues with Lava Ridge would be that it would essentially eliminate that kind of support for fighting fires within the project area. Is that right? Or am I wrong in assuming that? I am not absolutely sure that I'm correct in assuming that air support would be limited for firefighting in the project area once it's constructed. I guess that's a question and a comment.
I'd be happy to take that question, Nancy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the answer is it kind of depends on the comfort of the pilot. If the turbine strings are spaced wide enough apart, the pilot may be comfortable to fly through there. There is no FAA prohibition on flying through there since it's an emergency action. That's what I've learned about fire and use of aircraft and my involvement in this so far.
Thanks, Mike. Do you guys use air support a lot for fighting fires down there?
We use air support quite a bit, especially out there in the lava blisters, because it's really hard to get vehicles around.
Thanks, Mike.
And Roy Proscott would be able to address this because he's fought fires out there his whole life. In fact, he's organized a fire district out there that many entities support. Minidoka County helps support that also. And so Roy has extensive knowledge of the how fires are fought out there, how people out there help themselves. I don't know whether Roy is still available, but if he is, he has extensive knowledge on how they fight the fires, what it takes to stop them, and if they can be stopped in certain conditions. So I'll leave that to Roy to address.
Roy, are you there? Is that something that you could speak to a little bit? Hopefully he's not out there fighting a fire right now. Sounds to me like we may need more information just related to some of the fire response that goes on in some of these areas where we have developments like this. So something that we'll kind of take note of. Go ahead, Mike.
Sure. So I'll add just a little bit based on what I know from working with our fire guys, but the prevailing winds come from the west, or they're westerly or southwesterly. The alignment of the turbine arrays will be north to south with improved roads. So they may actually provide a safe place for our fire crews to access and do burnout operations ahead of the fire. And we don't have that opportunity right now with the lava blister roads.
Okay. Chad, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I think Mike got to what I was going to ask about, but it still sounds like, Mike, that there could possibly be some impact from having strings of large wind towers up and airplanes flying around. So I'm assuming that it's not all peaches and cream when it comes to flying and these towers. So yeah, that's just a concern of mine too. I was just hoping that we could get some more information on that one. It's an issue that seems to be unclear for a few of us here as to, I mean, it seems obvious that with the 700-foot tower out there, that it's going to slow some planes down or make them go in other directions. I cannot assume that it would always work out well for fire. Anyway, that's my concern.
Other thoughts? Roads? Water?
It just occurred to me, I wondered, do we have any, I know the Oregon Trail doesn't go through the project area yet, but do we have any other historic roads that go through the project area? And if so, I would assume they would be accounted for and impacts to them accounted for in the EIS, but does Mike, do you know if there are any historic trails through there aside, not the Oregon Trail, I know?
I do not know. I know there's a north route for the Oregon Trail, but I think it goes north of the project area.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I guess I would just want to make sure that we're going to think about that in the EIS, in the studies that support the EIS for sure. Because sometimes you want to preserve view sheds along those historic routes as well. And just make sure that and any on the ground class 2 culture resource surveys done ahead of construction would identify those, I'm sure too, and any pieces of those trails that might be pristine with wagon ruts or other features associated with the trails themselves.
Great, thanks, Brenda. Shauna.
Yeah, just a follow up to that. Of course, the Goodale Trail passes near the area, goes east to west. And I recall seeing a while back on a vintage map, historic map, where there was a road that led from the Star Ferry area near Burley north to like Minidoka area, in through there, went across the desert. So there. That may be one possibility for the historic road. And the other question or comment I had or concern with all the ground disturbance out there with road building and the tower construction and so forth, if that would actually create a better situation for weeds to come in, weed invasions, which might add to a stronger possibility of fuel for wildfires. Just a thought I had.
Mm-hmm. That's a good thought. Thank you. Any last thoughts on this particular topic?
I would just add that in the package of public comment letters that BLM sent around this morning, thank you, Heather, for sending that. There's a letter from the Jerome County Airport Board expressing significant concerns about the impact on the project on the airport. So obviously that could impact, wildland firefighting, but also, other aviation uses.
So if you feel comfortable with having addressed this topic, we do have some, oh, Shauna, why don't you go ahead? You're
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt,
not
Nancy.
at all. Nope, you didn't.
It just occurred to me as a follow-up to Brenda's comment on the viewscapes from historic roads that just north of the canyon here in the Twin Falls area is the north side alternate of the Oregon Trail. Plus there are some other wagon roads. And certainly the viewscapes would be affected with the presence of wind towers to the north at Lava Ridge. And yes, the viewscapes are very much an important part of the historic integrity of wagon roads. And as I mentioned earlier with Stricker, at the Stricker Ranch, the Kelton Road and the Oregon Trail converge. And of course, on this National Register site, the viewscapes were, again, a very important part of the recognition of that site.
Great, thank you. Okay, any final thoughts on this topic? Questions, concerns? So Dan has provided us with a picture showing the landscape of incarceration and the view shed from the Minidoka National Historic Site, looking north to Pioneer Range. Dan, would you like for us to share that at this time? We have a couple of extra minutes.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Also, the Heart Mountain, Wyoming one, there's a picture in there too. I don't know if that's possible. That's the second picture.
Okay, I think Heather's going to be pulling that up. You with me, Heather? Or Hannah? There we go.
Great, thank you. So this is a picture or print by Roger Shimomura, who's a Japanese-American painter who was incarcerated at Minidoka as a boy. And when I speak to the landscape of incarceration, this is the visual resource that we are hoping that the BLM will preserve to ensure a view that the views of distant mountains, this is looking north towards the Pioneer Range, across the BLM land will be preserved to help tell the story of Minidoka. And as the 2008 legislation requires, to help the public understand the daily lives of people who were incarcerated there during World War II.
Was there a second picture you said that you emailed, Dan?
There was one of Heart Mountain, but if it's okay, if there's not enough time.
I think I can. It just might take me a minute. Boy, it sure takes me a minute with these Zoom controls. Sorry about that.
So while you're looking for that, I could just give a little bit of background that, during World War II, there were so many people that the government incarcerated at the 10 main, what were called relocation centers. The Heart Mountain, Wyoming relocation center was one of the 10 large camps. In addition to the camps like Minidoka and Heart Mountain, there were a whole network of smaller prisons where fathers and men were incarcerated. So this is a look at the historic photo from the Heart Mountain, Wyoming relocation center. And you're looking up at the barracks, at the guard tower, the barbed wire fence, up towards Heart Mountain, which is BLM managed. It's in Northwest Wyoming near Cody. And this is the essence of what the experience at camp was for people during World War II. the sense of isolation, the remoteness. And this is what we're trying to ensure at Minidoka, ensuring the sense of place as noted in the 2006 Park Service General Management Plan. So thank you very much for sharing. There's other examples of that, like Manzanar too. So.
Yeah, very profound pictures. Thank you for sharing those, Dan. So any additional thoughts related to what Dan has just shared before we wrap this up and take a short break? Any final thoughts on that landscape of incarceration? In the pictures. Okay, last call for thoughts on, excuse me, roads, fire, or water rights. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. If we could be back at 1:45, 1:50, then we will get started on the next segment, which is Smart from the Start, citing principles, decommissioning, and rehabilitation. So we'll see you in 15 minutes at 10 before the hour. Thank you so much. Okay. We're back. If I'm looking for some success here today, it'll be that I've gotten you your breaks on time and haven't had to cut into any of those. So I'll take that as a score. So welcome back from break. We're going to start into the next discussion segment. This is focused on the SMART from the start siting principles, decommissioning and rehabilitation. So again, looking for those key points, ideas, concerns, thoughts, comments, and who would like to lead us off? Okay, you're all overwhelming me here. Dan, you saved the day.
Well, can you hear me okay or no?
I can.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. So I know we've talked about this before, but obviously, SMART from the start siting principle is a really critical policy tool for the government and makes sense for both communities and I believe as well as companies and industry. As a principle, it avoids a lot of controversy, delay, project uncertainty, litigation, and political risk. So, we appreciate, any efforts on the part of the BLM to promote SMART from the start siting of renewable energy projects. I would give some examples that I believe might be worth considering. Off the coast of North Carolina, a energy company, Avangrid, worked with the Park Service on an offshore wind project known as, I think, Kitty Hawk project. It's off the coast of North Carolina. And they were able to sort of provide a SMART from the start siting decision. I would also flag a company in Colorado, a transmission company. I forget the name of the company, but they had originally cited a project, a transmission line near the Sand Creek Massacre National Historic Site, which commemorates the murder of several hundred Cheyenne and Arapaho people. And the company adopted a SMART, realized that they had, they had put their power line in a spot that was disrespectful, and they relocated it away from the park. And by relocating it, you're basically deconflicting, two conflicting interests and looking at a lower conflict approach. So, I would commend that company for doing the right thing there. So.
That's really helpful to have examples like that, Dan. So thank you for that.
Another SMART from the start siting principle is, or example is in Nevada, at a place called Abiquame or Spirit Mountain, which is located in Clark County. It's a sacred ground for multiple tribes, place of origin, part of their origin story. And we were really pleased that BLM recently prioritized a proposal for a wind project as low priority, following their BLM regulations on ranking, in part because of the concerns on the part of tribes, but also because of the proximity to unit of the National Park System in California. So that's an example of SMART from the start, avoiding conflicts, headaches, controversy. So thank you.
Dan, in those examples, and I'm not sure if this will be putting you on the spot, but were there any particular things that stuck out that they did toward that SMART from the start principle? I mean, what particular actions did they take, or are you aware to that level?
Well, in 2018, the Trump administration, then Secretary Ryan Zinke, suspended the EIS process for the wind company, and I believe it was Culning, I'm not sure, in light of concerns. And then in 2021, last fall, the BLM Las Vegas district determined that a revised proposal or a new proposal was deemed a low priority based on the BLM regulations.
Okay, thank you. Chad.
So I totally agree with what Dan was saying here about smart siting. The tribes agree with that, and I would actually add to it that along with this smart siting is that energy that we're looking to produce should also go to support the local community. So along with smart siting is smart gridding. I think that's where the tribes have been pushing for a while now. I mean, it ties into our whole advocacy for removal of the lower Four Snake River dams. I mean, it also ties in with, of course, restoring anadromy in Idaho, but at some point that when it seems that we create a lot of power, additional power needs are being met. And it seems that the power generated from the lower Four Snake is replaceable with the power that we're talking about making. And we want to see that. But again, we want to see that done smartly, and we want to see the local communities benefit from this type of power developments. And so we're hoping that in the end of this, that the tribes encourage the BLM to explore other options for power generation and transportation of power is that sustain local communities. And that's basically what I was getting at. So I'll leave it at that. I won't say it again. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I know in the last meeting, this was a hot topic, and I would imagine there are a few of you who have some additional thoughts about the decommissioning, the rehab.
On the decommissioning, LS Power spokesman said that they were going to take anything, if it was decommissioned, they would go and take anything 3 foot below the ground, including the concrete pads that the tower sat on. I find that highly improbable that you're going to take 3 foot of concrete off those large pads. I mean, construction wise, cutting out that kind of concrete or breaking it up with whatever means they might have is cost prohibitive for one thing, and hauling it off is expensive, and disposing of it is expensive. So they just when that comment was made that they were going to take those pads down 3 foot below the surface, just lost credibility with me, that they didn't really understand what they were proposing to do. Now, I could be wrong. Somebody else that maybe has more understanding of how those are decompressioned or can take those 3 foot down. Oh, Roy's on there. Roy can help enlighten us. Go ahead, Roy.
I would ask Mike, I thought that included in that discussion was the fact that they posted bond for decommissioning, and that the detail was what LS Power, that individual, was speaking to, referring to the concrete, the steel, certainly the blades, that kind of thing. Mike, isn't there a isn't there required? And it's prior to construction, the decommissioning and the detail to it, and a bond to accommodate for that?
That's correct, Roy. They're gonna have to post a bond and there'll be a decommissioning plan and a standard. I think Luke Pepez is on the call here if he wants to add to that.
Hannah might have to let him into the participants in order to speak. I'm not sure, Hannah, how that works.
Yeah, Luke should be able to go ahead and use his microphone if he wants to chime in.
Great, thanks. We see you, Luke.
Hi, good afternoon. That's correct. Our decommissioning plans do plan to go down 3 feet below ground surface. Commissioner Schenk, I'm not certain if what other information I could share with you to let you know that that is a credible commitment, other than pointing to you to the this is not the first wind project certainly constructed in the United States. There are many thousands of wind turbines across the United States, and that is a industry standard to go down to at least that depth to pull the concrete off of those tops of the foundations. And yes, will be required by regulation to post financial security prior to us starting construction to handle the decommissioning phase.
Any other questions for Luke while we have him on the line related to the decommissioning or rehab?
Luke, a bit of follow-up. Earlier in the discussion, it was mentioned that LS Power had not given much, and I'm talking, it's that open window information to the general population as you were getting started in this process. How many open houses or open meetings have you had? I can recall back, and it's because of our position as a permittee on the property itself that's being in question. But how many open houses and those type of information, and how early did you start that process?
Hi, Mr. Prescott. Yes, we've held a lot of stakeholder interaction meetings, have held overall 5 public open house settings, inviting the general public to attend those. 3 of those specific to the Lava Ridge project. Those were across during the 2021 calendar year. Multiple stakeholder sessions with particular interest groups, such as the grazing permittees in the year 2020, and many service organization briefings, stories in the newspapers. We've done all that we can to get the word out, and I would certainly say that it has succeeded with the level of awareness of the project, certainly with the level of public comment received from the BLM's public comment phase. So yes, I would say there's been a lot of engagement with the public and a lot of engagement right now currently with the project.
Go right ahead, Dan.
Great. Well, just in terms of the smart from start siting principle, I had a question for the Bureau of Land Management. So the Bureau of Land Management regulations codified at 43 CFR section 2804.35. So that's 43 CFR section 2804.35 requires the BLM to prioritize renewable energy projects based on sort of a high, medium, and low priority. One of the factors relating to low priority is proximity to units of the National Park System or other congressionally or special areas. As I mentioned earlier, the BLM Las Vegas office deemed the Koenig Wind Project a low priority last year. Could you explain how, could BLM, maybe Mike, explain how they've, or Casey, approached this proposal with regard to compliance with the BLM criteria, that its ranking process, please?
Sure, thanks, Dan. So, yeah, I'm familiar with the regulations you're citing and the prioritization process. That's generally followed in areas that have a development zone. Of course, we don't have that. We have our conflict map, which I showed you. And as we are moving forward with the project, we're learning about other conflicts. But this one's our top priority. Even though it may, when you run it through the filter, be or could be a low priority, it doesn't mean that we stop working on it. Now, we're committed to taking this through the draft EIS at least. And I think that's a check-in point for us to find out if we have enough information to address all the issues that have arisen.
Great. Thank you, Mike. As I understand, initially when this project was proposed by Ellis Power, there were no competing projects out there. And part of this prioritization is to help guide BLM about where to allocate scarce staffing resources and agency focus. In light of the fact that there are multiple projects that have come in, is there any, and a possible revised plan of development, is there any conversation, or what would your process be with regard to potential reprioritization, including public input? One of the elements of in that regulation is public input and public meetings based on information gleaned at public meetings.
Yeah, that's a good question. We're getting lots of help from the state director's office and the department on this. So we're looking at all the projects, but we haven't started on any of the other projects. This has been the focus of our energy to date. And like I just said a few minutes ago, we're at least going to take it through the draft EIS before we assess where we are.
Great. Thank you, Mike. Super helpful. Appreciate it.
Mike, this is Chad. I just had a follow-up on that question. So, I mean, you mentioned the conflict map, and we've identified, I think the group has here this morning, some shortcomings with the conflict map. Are we going to expect to see any of that added into it? I mean, we feel like there's, at least I feel like there's some pieces missing to it.
Yeah, Chad, and we'll certainly consider that point when we do our check-in at the draft EIS. You're right. We don't have a lands covered by tribal treaties layer. That's a shortcoming for sure.
Shauna.
Thank you, Nancy. In our discussion on decommissioning, we focus a lot on the project site itself and all the infrastructure and things that are part of that. Well, tied in with this is the SWIP North line that would carry power from Lava Ridge down into, well, through Twin Falls County and then into Nevada. Well, if the Lava Ridge project is no longer in 30 years, what happens to the SWIP line? Is it also decommissioned?
I can take that, or we can wait for Luke, but Shauna, I think transmission lines have the opportunity to sell opportunities to wheel power to all kinds of energy producers. And if that line existed, I think there would be opportunities for other projects along its route to sell their power and wheel it on that line.
Oh, okay, so just,
Yeah, I think they're independent of each other once constructed.
oh, okay. Thank you.
Luke, did you want to add something to Mike's thoughts?
I would just second what Mike just mentioned of SWIP North project is an independent project. It's not reliant on the Lava Ridge project. It has a separate, its own authorization from BLM. A right-of-way grant has already been issued for that project. And it has its own independent term with that right-of-way grant for the SWIP North project. So that will be constructed within the separate right-of-way grant according to those separate terms and conditions. And it has an end to the term of the right-of-way grant. At that point in time, it will be evaluated for consideration of renewal of the right-of-way grant or termination and decommissioning. That's a decision point to be made in the future specific to SWIP North.
Very helpful, thank you.
Thank you, Luke.
Question for Mike or Luke. Has the BLM
Oh, say, hey, Dan, go ahead, start over. Go ahead and start over.
sorry. Question for BLM.
We're having a hard time with your audio right now.
Okay. How about now? Is that better?
Better.
For BLM. And/or Luke, has BLM issued a notice to proceed for the SWIP line construction?
So Dan's asking if BLM has approved the line, received a notice or provided a notice to proceed. Go ahead, Luke.
Thank you. Yes, BLM has indeed issued a notice to proceed for the SWIP North transmission project. That was issued in 2010. There are a few minor compliance requirements that Great Basin Transmission is currently wrapping up before we actually stick a shovel in the ground. But notice to proceed was issued for the project.
Thank you, Lucas. I understand that because of the compliance with the Section 106 National Historic Preservation Act, the previously issued notice to proceed is no longer in force, and there is a requirement for a new notice to proceed to be issued.
Dan, I haven't heard that, Dan. The project's being managed out of the Elko district. I know there's some negotiations with the SHPOs on various things, but I haven't heard they need a new notice to proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
All right, decommissioning. Smart from the start. Rehabilitation. Any other thoughts or comments?
I've been thinking, and this is kind of a question, a comment, I'm not sure what, but I'm thinking about the rehabilitation effort and how, at least up here where I'm from in Bonneville County, it's real hard to get desert lands to come back. You get weeds in, you often have to water it for a time. And I just wonder if, I know that a bond will be posted so that there's funds available. But is it a long-term, is a long-term effort guaranteed by that bond so that we don't just have 1 year of taking things out and then planting them and then walking away? Is it truly a commitment to bring those lands back to some semblance of what they were before, or even better, you know, for wildlife habitat particularly, and native plants particularly? So is it a long-term effort for rehabilitation, or just a flash in the pan when we're done and walking away?
I'm not sure if Mike or Luke, one of you want to address that?
I'm happy to weigh in if you'd like me to.
Sure.
So of course, when a bond is posted, we have financial incentive to not have that bond drawn upon, not lose that financial security that is posted. It's a lot of money. We want to ensure that the project that we execute and complete all the way through decommissioning meets the terms and conditions of the right-of-way grant, including what will be laid out as success standards for revegetation and reclamation. And we would not be released and have the bond be released, have the financial security come back into our accounts until the success standard is attained. So there's strong financial desire to ensure that the reclamation period is completed successfully, and the project is successfully decommissioned. It also would not go well for us to try to execute on another project on federal lands where we have failed in a right-of-way grant on other federal land, and have had to have our financial security or bonding drawn upon to complete out the project.
Thank you, Luke. That clarifies. I clearly don't understand it very well. That clarified for me. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I might add, Brenda, that the rehab requirement starts almost immediately,
Mhm.
you know, with the phased construction. So they'll have to rehab as they go.
Okay.
And the right-of-way grant requires the control of noxious weeds.
Okay. Okay. Finding topsoil, seems like topsoil is at a premium in some places, and or you have to have, you know, the resources to build it. I don't know. Topsoil seems to be pretty rare, and water also for rehabilitation. Those commitments to bring big pieces of desert back, just, I don't know, it's hard. But thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
Okay. Final thoughts, comments on decommissioning, rehabilitation, smart from the start, siting. All right, then. What we're going to do is move into the next segment, which is land use planning. And I know I've heard a lot of strong feelings about this. So looking forward to a lively conversation. Again, feel free to leave your camera on if you want to participate in the discussion. We appreciate that. So let's go ahead and get started on the land use planning segment. And anybody want to lead us off? Taking you a minute to transition, I'm thinking.
So, Mike, thank you for the update about the visual resource inventory, and apologies because I've done most of my work relating to the National Park Service Authority, so I'm really not as familiar with the BLM authorities for planning. you mentioned that the agency is currently working on visual resource inventories. And last meeting, Kevin Emmerich from Basin and Range Watch during the public comment period raised some really important points. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about your process for visual resource inventory. And my understanding from BLM planning, there's a requirement for what's called visual resource management classes, or VRMs, that flow from the visual resource inventories. The Monument Resource Management Plan, because of its age from 1985, so 37 years ago, doesn't have VRM classes the way that current plans do, and that VRI/VRM classes would really help avoid some of the issues that we're seeing right now. Could you explain a little bit sort of your plan for the VRIs and how that would relate to if you have any plans to do VRM classes?
Okay, I think we have Dave Freiberg on, who is our recreation planner from Shoshone. And he is more of an expert on visual resource inventory and management than I. So Hannah, if Dave's there,
Yeah.
would you hear him?
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks, Mike.
Floor is yours.
Sorry, what?
I said the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Mike. Thanks, Dan. So I'm sorry, I can't run my camera. There's a technical problem with my computer. If I so much as touch it, it will reset today. Yeah, so let me try to kind of walk through a little bit of the history here. So the project area is covered by the monument management plan you just mentioned, because 1985. And at that time, visual resource management was just emerging as a resource under management planning. So that plan was approved before the BLM had developed its process for visual resource inventory, and then subsequently the designation of visual resource management classes. So following 1985, in the early 90s, of VRI, or visual resource inventory, was completed for the monument planning area. And it resulted in a map, which is usually the most useful product from a visual resource inventory, is the map that shows what are known as inventory classes. And at that time, the entire project area's siting corridors were identified as visual inventory class 4, which is the class with the lowest category of visual integrity. And it's complicated, and there's manuals you can cruise through and get a better idea of it when we have more time. But the underlying information, all the forms, all the field work, and everything associated with that visual resource inventory is lost. And we've known that it's been gone for quite a long time. We, in fact, did a National Archives, a pretty exhaustive search for it, I don't know, 8-10 years ago, and we're unable to find it. And then completing an additional visual resource inventory has been a desire of this field office for all of those years, but it's never made it to the surface. We've never gotten it done. So what we decided to do, and there's a process for that also identified and explained in the manual, is to do a project level visual resource inventory, so that we have the baseline visual information that we need to inform us of what the visual resource is out there. Now, it's important to understand that a visual resource inventory is, and I'll quote the manual, it's informational in nature and provides the basis for considering visual values in the RMP process. Like you just mentioned, Dan, it's preliminary to the planning decisions, the management decisions made through an RMP. So it can't they in and of themselves, visual resource inventories should not be used as a basis for management decisions on visual resources, right? But once they're enshrined in a management plan, those are management decisions, and that's that provides the direction based on class objectives 1 through 4, 1 being the highest visual quality, 4 being the lowest visual quality. So that's where we are. SWCA and BLM have completed a draft project level visual resource inventory. And it's consistent with the direction in manual 8410 visual resource inventory. You can look that one up too. It's pretty easy to understand when you read it in the way it's laid out there. But the components of a visual resource inventory include a scenic quality evaluation, which are identify areas A, B, and C of scenic quality, A being highest. And the second component is a sensitivity level analysis, low, moderate, or high. And then the delineation of distance zones relative to the project, immediate foreground, middle ground, background. And once you have those 3 maps, you can overlay them, and that leads to the identification of visual resource inventory classes, right? And then subsequently during an RMP process or an RMP amendment, that information can inform the process of designating management classes. Okay, so that's where we are in this process. So we have all of that in draft. It exists. And it's explained in the visual technical report. And those maps exist in the EIS draft currently. So that will all be released when the draft becomes available. Does that help?
Yeah, that's helpful to me. Thank you, Cody. As I look at FLPMA section 201, it requires the secretary, i.e. the BLM, to maintain on a continuing basis an inventory of all public lands and their resources and other values, including but not limited to outdoor recreation and scenic values. And I was wondering, so President Clinton proclaimed Minidoka as a national monument, a unit of the National Park System in 2001. Congress then ratified the monument, renamed it, expanded it, gave it congressionally directed purpose about telling the story of the lives in Minidoka Relocation Center, the broader footprint. And it sounds like after those decisions, the 2001 Monument Proclamation and the 2008 congressional legislation, which was sponsored by, it was bipartisan leadership by the Idaho and Washington state congressional delegations. There hasn't been really any VRI updates since Minidoka was established over 20 years ago. Is that right for Monument RMP?
That's right.
Okay. And then in terms of the VRM classes, does that, once those are designated, you would incorporate them in either a plan amendment or a complete RMP update? Is that right? Is that how that would work?
Yes.
And the decision whether to proceed with a right-of-way permit to LS Power would not incorporate any VRM classes, or it would simply be a right-of-way, the issuance of a right-of-way.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
So
So
I
the issue-
think you're asking, Dan, are we gonna amend the plan to incorporate visual resource management with the application and EIS for the Lava Ridge Wind Project?
Yeah, that's right.
And the answer would be no, not at this time. That's not part of our plan. However, that could be done at some point in the future.
Okay, thank you. And then the Basin Range Watch did submit a public comment letter to the BLM. I'm not sure it made it into the public comment package in August, but I'd be happy to resend that back around to folks. I thought it was a very thoughtful letter, public comment letter.
It seems to me that the hazards map that Mike shared with us is sort of key to this land management planning going forward. And so a simple question, will the visual VRM classes be included in that map as a quote unquote hazard going forward?
The inventory, in this one, we don't have classes. We have the inventory. They're in the EIS.
Mhm.
Now, I think I just heard Dave say that the classes don't drive management. The inventory doesn't, the classes do. So we would have to amend the plan to turn the inventory into visual resource management classes.
Okay.
Did I get that right, Dave?
Yeah, that's right. And it's and just because you have a VRI that delineates the 4 different class areas, it does not mean that those same polygons translate into the management classes. You know, during the planning process, there's a lot of other resources and allocations and other decisions that go into the decision to identify those management class polygons.
Okay. Thank you.
Very important.
Dave and Cody, thank you for that. So, if I could request, we do have another subcommittee meeting in, I believe, October next month. And if there's any information that the BLM is able to share with the subcommittee relating to, the VRI, the maps, whatever, that I would appreciate that. And thank you for considering that request.
Go ahead, Chad.
So I guess I'm most interested in this land use section of hearing about the Jerome County Airport issue. Michael, can you talk a bit about that?
Chad, I am not entirely familiar with the Jerome County Airport issue. I don't know if Casey, if you might have a little better grasp on that than me. Or Cody, if you want to speak to it, but
I'm just going simply by the comment well, it's a memorandum from Jerome County Airport that was in the packet of comments that we received.
So I'll shoot. I'm by far as well not an expert on all of the ins and outs of the FAA, and I believe Luke kind of hit on this in the last subcommittee meeting, and I think all those subcommittee meetings are recorded, so we could go back and watch some of that too, and that might bring some light on it. But essentially, Magic Valley Energy has submitted the initial, the early stages of getting approval from the FAA for the towers in this project, the wind turbines in this project. And anything that's over 500 feet automatically get flagged. And so since all of these turbines are all over 500 feet, they get flagged for a more in-depth evaluation. And some of these strings are within a distance of the Jerome County Airport. Some of the strings in this, I'll say the strings in the proposed action more so than the alternatives that we've presented, alternatives C, D, and E, are close enough to the Jerome Airport that they've flagged them and identify them for additional consideration and a more in-depth review. And so FAA has sent out a letter that said, you know, I don't remember the exact wording, but has identified that they basically need further evaluation. And so as the final layout, final design of all those turbines get done, FAA will look at all of those elements and make sure that the systems are in place to follow their policies and the laws that guide their programs. So I think as far as the actual impacts to Jerome Airport are to kind of be determined based on the alternative that would be selected, and then any additional work with FAA. I would go on to say that, you know, through minimization and avoidance measures, we can work through some of those things to make sure that's included in our decision to as much as possible reduce those potential impacts for that airport.
Well, thanks for that. That just was a little alarming to see that come up so late in the game. So there was some truth that how did Jerome not get involved? Well, how were they not involved in this? That was just amazing to me. Anyway, glad to hear that somebody's paying attention to this one. And apparently this thing says here, pending resolution of the issues described below, the structure is presumed to be a hazard to air navigation. And that's what you're saying, basically, that all structures over 500 feet are flagged. That's okay. So that's the logic behind it. All right. Just trying to understand what's going on there. Thank you.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Yeah.
Chad, if I could add a little bit on that. There's a gentleman, Mark Dorr with Precision Aviation, who's been tracking this issue very closely. He's out of Kimberly, and I'd be.
Is it just my computer freezing up, or?
Out that special use airspace over in the Bruno Jarbidge area. They also have a military training route, or MTR, that circles the Lava Ridge area, and there is a DoD siting clearinghouse that reviews these issues. So there is, you know, military aviation associated with the Mountain Home Air Force Base nearby.
Thanks for that, Dan.
Commissioner Schenk, were you starting to say something earlier?
Just had a question for Luke. Which highway districts do they have signed MOUs for, memorandums of understanding?
I'm sorry, was the question which highway districts have we signed MOUs with?
Yes.
We have not executed agreements with any of the highway districts. I believe they've all received the same version, and we are waiting what feedback those highway district commissioners or representatives would like to see to address any shortcomings they feel may be within the document itself. We welcome feedback on that and are happy to consider that in refining the agreement, an agreement that aligns with what we've mentioned verbally in our meetings with them of our commitment to leave roads in as good or better condition than the way they're found. And we're happy to gain feedback from them on language that they'd like to see to gain their comfort on that commitment.
Thank you, Luke.
Commissioner, if there's anything specific that you would like to see on behalf of the highway district, we are all ears. We welcome feedback.
I will leave that to those three commissioners on the highway district, as that is their realm. I'm sure that they will be reaching out to you as they develop what they think they need to have in it. At this point, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, we're on the land use planning topic. Thoughts? All right.
Just had one, just a follow up from last time, and that was that part of the issues around the situation that we have now relate to the fact that there's a requirement in FLTMA for BLM to coordinate its land use plans with other federal agencies. And so, as they say, no man is an island, and, the BLM land use planning proceeds, as I understand, not directed by partners, whether it's tribal nations or counties or other federal agencies, but there's some, coordination with the BLM land use planning. And because the Monument Resource Management Plan hasn't had a comprehensive update, it seems out of sync with the Park Service General Management Plan for Minidoka and I can't really say for the counties. I know most of this is deemed agriculture. The counties have zoned this area agriculture, which doesn't affect the federal. Could you, Mike or Cody, could you speak to this, the land use planning requirement in FLTMA as it relates to coordination with other nearby land use planning efforts?
Sure. So Dan, I think we try and go above that requirement and meet regularly with commissioners. Now, Commissioner Shank will probably say we don't see BLM a lot because they don't, but we meet regularly with Jerome County, Twin Falls County. I'm sure Cody's meeting pretty regularly with Lincoln County and Minidoka County. Just there isn't a lot of BLM, so not a lot of opportunity for discussion, but and Cassia County we meet with regularly. And it's not always just about land use planning. It's about current events and BLM that affect the county economically and in other ways.
Just to relate to that, BLM has a great relationship with Minidoka County. They are very good to work with on issues related to our grazers, related to invasive species of weeds. They're a great partner locally. We work well with Casey and the other individuals there at that office out of Shoshone.
Ditto that from Lincoln County.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Wood, I think you cut out on the first part of what you said.
I was just going to say
Oh,
ditto
ditto
that
that.
from Lincoln County. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so further comments on land use planning. Your big chance. He's going once. I think it's been a very informative discussion for sure. Thanks for bringing up the VRM stuff, Dan. So unless there are any final comments on land use planning, I'm going to propose that we take about a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and do the round robin. And I'll put up on the screen the questions that I'm going to have you kind of focus your round robin comments on. So let me do this. Let's take a 10-minute break, which will give you time to think about how you might answer those questions during the round robin. And of course, we still have the public comment period coming up at 4 o'clock. Not sure how many people we have now, Hannah or Heather. We're still looking at what, 10, 12?
Hi there. Yes, I have 10 on the list right now.
Okay, great. So we'll plan on that. So let's take let's see, I've got a little past 2:45. Let's take it till about 2:55, and then we'll come back for the round robin. And I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully I do this well and you can see what the questions are for our round robin. Make sure I share the right thing. Okay. I'll see you in about 10 minutes. Hannah, do we want to throw up the list of public commenters for a minute or two before we kind of get started?
Yep, certainly can. Let me pull that right up.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so for those of you planning to public comment, you could see your name on the list. If not, *9 or raise your virtual hand and Hannah can grab your information and get you on the list. We're going to do that at 4 o'clock. The next section that we're going to move into is round robin for the subcommittee members. Before we go there, I want to check in with you and see if there's any sort of hanging things that you want to address before we do that. Anything that on any of the previous topics that we have discussed that you feel like you need to revisit, get some additional clarification on, or anything like that. Okay. So as you could see from the document that I put up on the screen, we're going to do something a little different in this particular round robin. We do want to check in with you at the beginning, at the end, and at the end of the day. So this time we do have some questions that we want you to address, if you will. And then after we're done with that, we'll go over to public comment at 4 o'clock anyway. So I'm just going to open it up for whoever wants to go first. And I think I'll go ahead and share my screen, and hopefully I can still see you if I do that for when you raise hands and that kind of thing, so that you can see the questions. And share. All right, so who would like to go first on this fun new adventure? I can wait. Shauna, our first grade person.
That's right. One of the things I really was impressed with and enjoyed learning about was when Mike showed the map of the critical zones and how those were set up around the project area. It would be interesting to learn a little bit more about those and how the criteria is set up and so on and so forth. But certainly I appreciated that and look forward to receiving the map.
And setting aside your concerns, any benefits that you see in this project? Shauna?
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought we were just doing one question at a time. Setting aside my concerns, the benefit that I see. Well, one of the things I've seen over the months is how the project itself has really unified a lot of people in the area, you know, young and old, people from different backgrounds, different kinds of workers and career people, people with different political views, and that they all seem to want to protect this land. And so if anything with this, it's brought many people together to protect what's a unique part of Idaho. And they certainly don't want to see it lost. And maybe in the past, we've sort of taken it for granted that it's something we'll always have, but with the introduction of a potential project, it's changed people's thinking.
That's really
And
interesting.
I'm sorry, Nancy.
No, I just said that's really an interesting perspective.
Yeah, I've noticed that a lot in some of the meetings that I've attended, and I mean, it really, it's a nice thing to see. And what's missing at this point, I kind of struggled a little bit with this one, to be honest. Not really sure, but sometimes I think when I look at all the impacts on wildlife and birds and migrating birds and so forth, that maybe there haven't been enough strategies set forth in case the project does go through, like what will be done with the blades to minimize kills, and how will the process of monitoring this be set up? Will it be, through an independent source or the company or whatever? But I just think maybe some of the strategies for monitoring the project and its impacts, not just on wildlife, but on people too, should be lined out, and some arrangement made for monitoring the process.
Great, thank you. Any final thought that you would have before we move to the next person?
No, I might think of something later, Nancy, but right now that's fine. I don't have any other right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shauna. Who's next? Dan?
Thank you so much. What have you learned today, or what has surprised you? I would say I was surprised to learn about the Cotterell Mountain legislation that bars BLM from issuing a permit for a wind project there. I thought that was very interesting, and really appreciate the leadership of the Idaho congressional delegation for making that happen. In terms of the benefits, I did outline previously some benefits to folks in California. I would echo Shauna's point about this has really generated unity in the community. And I've had a chance to work with Shauna closely, spend time with Chad Coulter, work with the grazing allottees, local farmers, people that I wouldn't normally work with. And it's helped me understand that we all share a common love of the land. We share a common bond around wildlife, around recreation, Ted and his folks. It's given me a much deeper respect for tribal sovereignty and the threats to tribal sovereignty. It's helped me gain more information. I mean, I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot about California Public Utilities Commission, CAISO, California ISO. So, I mean, that's a benefit. I've had a chance to go out to Idaho and meet with folks, build relationships with the community, meet with county commissioners in their commission offices. So, I mean, that's a benefit. In terms of what's missing at this point in the process, I would hope that BLM and Interior Department leadership would understand really the depth and the strength and the breadth of the opposition to this project. And this is, we all know this is public land. This land does not belong to New York private equity company or their investors. This land belongs to everyone on this call and everyone in America. And having worked on projects, oftentimes including BLM projects, it's really surprising to me that to see the depth of the opposition and the breadth of it, that this project is still moving forward. And I'm hopeful that maybe when the draft EIS comes out and the public has a much better chance to see the impacts on it, this project will be stopped. The other thing that, jumping back to number 2, one of the benefits of this I have seen is, when I look and see what's happening in other parts of the country with racial and environmental justice communities, with proposals to build giant refineries, or, in Louisiana. And I've never been in that situation where we've had to play defense like that. And it's really given me a much better sense of what it must be like for those communities, African-American, Hispanic communities, that are really fighting large companies with deep pockets who are very focused on their investors. And so that's a benefit. I mean, I can really empathize with those communities primarily of color, as well as tribal nations who are fighting to preserve their heritage and their tribal sovereignty. So it's really given me a taste of what their experience and what they've experienced for decades. The other sort of missing thing is, if this cake is baked, if this decision is already made, if someone in Washington, D.C. has said, oh, this is going to go forward, then tell us and let us be honest with people and say, even though almost everyone, all the public comments are against this thing, that the BLM is going to try to permit this process and basically go forward with it, despite the fact that it tramples on tribal sovereignty, it tramples on Native Japanese American communities. And just tell us, and just be open, and let us know that this administration, is focused on renewable energy, and it's a higher priority than racial, environmental justice, and tribal sovereignty. Just tell us that that's what the Biden policy is. And that would be really helpful, and just to be honest about that, if that's in fact the case. So thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks, Dan.
I have some simple thoughts to share in terms of what I've learned today, and that something that has surprised me. I was surprised that firefighting is still going to be possible, and that those spaces may be advantageous for putting up firefighting efforts. So that really surprised me, and it seems that could, I guess, be potentially a benefit to the project that I hadn't even considered. I thought that it was just going to be very difficult to fight fires within the project area after construction. So also would echo Shauna's thoughtful comments about let's see, the benefit about no, so that number 3 is related to Shauna. So number 2 is setting aside my concerns. What might some of the benefit, what might a benefit of the project be? I think that sorry, I lost my train of thought. our tribal representatives' comments about the potential for this project, if it's cited correctly and built in a manner that addresses local concerns, that it may be able to offset the loss of power that we're looking at when we remove dams along the Snake River. I think if we can look in that large of a regional perspective, that if we can remove those dams and then show that a responsibly constructed and operated wind development, like if we can get there with Lava Ridge, that would be a benefit that I really hadn't thought about before. And then finally, what's missing at this point, I would echo Shauna's thoughtful comments about mitigation and minimization of impact. Looking at what we can do at the very outset. We know that turbines kill wildlife and fragment habitat. So what can we do to minimize those adverse effects through, operational considerations, or perhaps some compensatory mitigation framework for enhancing habitat outside the project area. As long as we can address impacts in the project area, that kind of a compensatory mitigation stance might be a way. I think that's missing. We haven't heard anything about anything like that. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Okay, Chad.
I think the thing that surprised me today was Dan's pictures of the internment centers, that how desolate they are. And I believe that the wind turbines would really take away from that. On number 2, benefits that you may see for this project. I guess the only benefits I see are really the California and Nevada. They want our water, they want our land, and ship the product out of state. So I guess that's where I feel on that. And number 3, what is missing on this point, it is something that President Biden made an executive order, I believe in 2021. It was called 30 by 30, in which he wants 30% of the public lands protected by 2030. Initially, this sounds like, well, we're going to have some more parks and stuff like that. I think the full intention is more along the line of grabbing land and making it anything that would affect climate change would be prohibited. But it appears that even wind and solar may be projects that are allowed. Is this something that the BLM is going to address, or is this something that where the administration is going to force us to take these projects? I guess I would like to see a little more on that end of things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chad.
For me,
Sure, Ted, you want to go ahead?
this is Chad. So let's see, what we learned today or surprised me, I guess, was kind of surprising, I guess, to see the value that has been put into conflicts map. I had seen it before, but here recently over the last, well, over this summer, I'd seen it, and it didn't dawn on me, I guess, what it was really, you know, the meaning of it, or how it was being used. So it was, I think, a good discussion today when it finally a light bulb went off in my head. I was like, wow, we're missing a whole layer here of tribal treaty rights. And regardless of whether or not, I mean, when you think about what that mark would look like, a layer would look like, it would be a hash mark on the entire BLM area. And so it's not, as far as citing it may not be as useful to know that the entire area is treaty related, but it is for a company, I guess, from that perspective. They will know that then that there is also treaty rights on these lands that they'll have to learn about and consider when they're citing. So I guess that was one for me that I'm glad we had a discussion today. It was a little surprising to learn how broad of a use this kind of a conflict map would be, you know, put out there for it. It's very valuable. Benefits, you know, every day I know not only myself, but a lot of folks on this phone call are fighting to protect our interests, rights, interests on public lands. And regardless of whether or not this project goes through, it receives a yay or a nay, at the end of the day, it's still a beneficial learning process here. I think one that we're all going to be faced with time and time again over the next few years as energy development occurs in Idaho. I think it opens people's eyes, makes them aware of the need for smart siting, as was mentioned earlier, and the smart grids that we need to be looking towards, where we provide local power to local folks. That, I think, is what will sustain us and be the most sustainable in the future. What do I think is missing so far? Definitely have to bring it back to that conflict map and that I guess that comprehensive review of renewable energies on public lands in Idaho. I definitely would like to see something more developed so that we can all sit down and take a look at energy development in Idaho and how it really will benefit Idahoans. That's all I had on my list, so I'll keep it short there and let it go. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Chad. I just want to double check. My screen didn't update. Commissioner Schenk, did you speak before Chad?
No, I haven't.
Okay. All right, well, we'll figure it out.
And Nancy, it was Ted McNeil.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, because somehow my screen isn't updating, maybe because I'm in this screen sharing mode. So thank you so much. Okay, so Garrett, it looks like you're ready.
Yeah, thanks, Nancy. Great meeting today. I learned quite a bit and listened quite a bit in the second half. Appreciate all the ideas. As with most folks that have already gone, I was really intrigued by that conflict map that Mike laid out for us, and I'm really looking forward to the public's engagement on it in the fall, and certainly hope we can advocate for the inclusion of additional layers that we're missing and identified today, such as those human dimensions. Dan, I really appreciate you always educating us on on the hardships that, you know, your community has endured, and also the connection to the landscape. So always appreciate the perspective and the chance to be educated, and certainly same goes to you, Chad. It was a great learning experience today for me. In terms of benefits on the project, I believe Commissioner Shank, you know, brought up some contribution of the revenue to the counties and contribution to Western energy markets, of course. But I think largely in agreement with Shauna's point on the community. You know, this project is kind of forcing all of us to come together and talk to each other. And I think that's most important, especially when we're looking at the future for Idaho's wind and solar and the interest that it's getting. So I think that, you know, this is the same kind of thing that brings us together, and you know, thinking of things like the sage grouse working groups coming together and having some unusual partners and perspectives is going to be key. So you know, this project, for better or for worse, is kind of triggering that process, and we'll certainly develop new partnerships and diverse perspectives and understanding of those perspectives moving in the future. In terms of what's missing at this point, obviously consensus and public support is missing at this point. We still have a lot of unanswered questions that need to be addressed that will be likely answered in the DEIS. I think we're all looking forward to seeing that come out, and those questions answered and those alternatives compared. But I think, again, to be a broken record, I think what we're missing overall is a vision on the planning and the timing. And I don't think that's a swipe on anybody here today, and certainly not to the BLM. It's just the position that we found ourselves in. So, you know, we're looking at deadlines for this NEPA and getting, you know, draft decisions out or analysis out, whatever it may end up being. But I think we really need to take into consideration that, you know, the decisions that we're going to be making over the next couple of years through this NEPA will have impacts for the next 20 or 30 years. So I think that what we're missing is that vision, to have that ability to zoom out, kind of take a breath, and have a really smart plan for the future of all of Southern Idaho when it comes to wind and solar. So I think we, to Chad's point, really need to take that comprehensive review on that renewable energy development and what's coming in the future for our state. So I know that's kind of been my talking point, and I know that's a beating the dead drum there, but that's all I've got. Thanks.
Well, you're consistent. We appreciate that. Thanks, Garrett. And thanks for hanging in there. Being at the airport, that's no fun with that background stuff going on. So, all right. Who's next? Garrett and Chad, you guys both have your blinkers on still. Let's see, so Commissioner Wood?
Well, I don't have too much to say that everyone hasn't already said. I'm still kind of digesting. There was a lot to learn today, like every meeting. I think you guys have done a great job in presenting new things every time. I'm a little surprised that we don't see, and I know after the EIS comes, there'll be some more alternatives, but I'm a little surprised that we don't talk about, you know, what would be a doable project? What, is there a certain size? Is there a certain area that would be, or is there none? You know, is there a certain height that would be preferable? Is there a certain much smaller project? I sometimes wonder why we're not discussing what would be the maximum that we could handle, that we would feel like it was a multi-purpose use in our areas. And if not, that's fine. But I sometimes wonder why we don't look at, why do they have to be that big? Why do there have to be so many? Those kind of things. I think as to what we're missing, there's a lot of talk about whether wind is actually efficient, whether people that have had wind power for many years are actually moving away from that. I would kind of like to know more of that scheme of things, some experts on, alternative energy and whether it is as efficient as other things. Is it as green as it's supposed to be? I guess I think we're lacking a little bit in that. But mostly what we're lacking is the EIS and just moving on to the next steps, I guess. The communication has been great. Working together is great. But I'm still just kind of digesting today. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think I've got just Roy and Leon left, unless I'm missing somebody here.
Leon, do you want to speak?
Yeah, I can go if you want. Roy, if you want me to go ahead. So I would say the thing that I've learned today is that just a continual exposure to different people of different backgrounds and occupations, and just the continual information that you continue to learn from people who have more knowledge in areas, and so I just appreciate that. As far as what benefits do I see from the project, I struggle with this because the benefits that I see primarily are going to be outside the state in the area, other than there'll be a few like what Wayne mentioned, but the headaches or the problems that are going to come with that are maybe going to kind of offset that a bit. And that kind of leads to my next deal, is what's missing at this point in basically the discovery process for the subcommittee is, I would say, prioritization. What is most important? The land, the community, the history, or is it the green energy? I don't have a problem, say, with solar as much as I do with the turbines, because like Rebecca mentioned, what's really the future of the wind energy? Because I think something's going to come along that's going to surpass it. And once you make the move to develop this land with the wind turbines, that is not easily rectified. I know we talked about decommission and reclamation, but once all those turbines go in, I look at it as a done deal. And so anyway, I would say prioritization. I look at the land and the community and the history and everything that's related down in that valley, in that area, is a little bit more important than green energy at this point. But anyway, thanks.
Thank you, Leon. And I do think, Commissioner Schenk, we didn't get you either, right? So have I got Roy and Wayne?
Wayne, am I up to bat?
Go for it, Roy.
Thanks, Wayne. What have I learned today that has really surprised me? And I emphasize that surprise to it. I'm surprised at what I think that this committee and the numbers that I get a real feeling for, and I hope I'm wrong on this, that have already determined what they say and what they are going to recommend be done as a yay or nay, and the detail to that side of it. I think that the single biggest issue that I really have, and it focuses kind of on what is missing at this point in time, is that draft EIS that's going to answer a lot of questions in the discussions we've had the last 3 months. We don't have those answers yet. I think September will be a great time to look at what we anticipate. And when that draft comes out, then we get to really digest the very discussions that we've had up to this point. Looking at what I see some of the benefits are, and I take away the concerns that I have, but just that 30,000 feet elevation side of it is, and I can see some real benefits that the discussion up to this point has been kind of negative. If we were to have this cited here and recognize the fact that then the discussion primarily has been that the state of Idaho doesn't get anything out of generation of this power, that's not the fact. It's put on that loop that if Idaho Power wants to pay for it, that's the limiting factor. It's not the factor that we need it, but we can't get it because it's not around. That's the point that I find real interesting. We can benefit if we want to pay the price. It's nothing more than free enterprise that is a real question all around this country, particularly at this point in time. Another benefit, and I was a county commissioner for a number of years, we talk about the locals aren't going to get anything out of this. The anticipated and the numbers that I see are about $4 million for 30 years to each of those 3 counties. And it's not the counties. It's the counties in all of those taxing districts. It's the cemetery districts. It's the highway district. It's the school districts. It's all of those that have that kind of an income that once in, that they have a great deal of capacity that they're going to have it for the next 30 years or whatever it is. They aren't, as municipalities, going to have to build schools, roadways, subdivisions. This is a project anticipation of 20-25 employees. They will be self-sufficient. The counties, it is a Christmas package to them for that amount of money for 30 years, which I find as a benefit, particularly the small communities, those small taxing districts that always are struggling to find revenue sources for them. The number 3 item, for me, the missing point at this point in time is that draft EIS. I'm not going to make decisions yes or no at this point in time, hard set in concrete, until I have those facts that I can really base it on, and it's not due to emotion side of it. And the people that I've talked to now, and I visit with a lot of them, in part because what position we have on this subcommittee, but also what we have with the livestock out on the entire project site. A lot of people talk to me what my questions and issues are associated with it. But until I get facts, I tell them that we need to look and see what that is, see if those questions aren't answered, and then make the decisions that we have to make at that point in time. I think that it's well worth our time to spend. These have been great discussions, one today. And Nancy, I sure appreciate how you directed this. You've done an excellent job at that piece of it. You're to be commended.
Thank you, Roy.
The meetings are important. It's well worth my time, and I don't always have a lot of extra time, so this is an important meeting for us all to attend.
Thank you so much, Roy. Thank you for those perspectives. Very helpful. I have to bring it all to a close with your comments on this.
We have Mr. Shank.
Yeah, that's why I said Commissioner Shank. Yeah, we're not going to forget him. I'm not going to lose him. I got everybody's name marked down. I know exactly who's come and gone.
Thank you. I think the last 3 individuals who spoke, Rebecca Wood, Leon Smith, and Roy Prescott, really brought to the forefront this whole package of issues, benefits, concerns, and what this committee needs to be doing. I was surprised today that I had to speak so much simply because we all have seen those packets of public comments, and I simply were bringing those comments as representative of the constituents of Minidoka County before the committee. So if it sounded negative today from me, it was strictly the expressing the concerns and that I have from my people in Minidoka County. But like I say, the 3 last presenters or last 3 commenters, and Rebecca Wood, Leon Smith, and Roy Prescott, actually would be a great wrap up of how this day's meeting went and what we need to focus on, and hopefully move forward to have a good presentation for the RAC committee and the options that would be acceptable or non-acceptable moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wayne. Okay, I just want to double check and make sure that I haven't missed anybody. I've marked everybody down on the list that's here on the screen. Dan?
I would just like to add one point, and that is that thank you, BLM, Mike, Cody, Casey, the BLM team, Heather, Jennifer, for your hard work. We know this is I know this is a very difficult situation, that this process was started by, private company. We know that you are committed to finding the appropriate balance and doing the right thing and ensuring that, sound decisions are made regarding public land management. So, if I come across as negative, it's not in any way directed towards BLM team on this call. I respect your work. I know you've got a lot of different competing interests. So I just want you to know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Wayne, did you have your hand up on purpose?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Dan speaks very well. He handles this apology very nice. That it's nothing personal. It's just stating what we have before us. So, Dan, thank you for how you worded that, and we do appreciate all that BLM does and the position that they're in. Just one comment concerning the Cottrell legislation on that carve out for having no wind over there. Anyone who would like to follow up on that, a good contact would be former Senator Denton Darrington from Declo, Idaho. He was instrumental in that whole legislation being enacted from the state level through the federal level. So that would be a great contact if you wanted more information of how that happened and why. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Wayne. Okay, so we've got through the round robin. I know that Mike will have some closing comments after we have our public comment period. So I'm just going to check in one more time with the subcommittee members. If you have anything you want to add or ask before we take a break before the public comment period, stick your hand up or turn your camera on, and we can do that. Okay, so Rebecca?
I was just gonna reach out and just a thought for everybody. I'd be really interested in information on this later. We get hollered at all the time that people don't know what's happening in the county, and it's a rough one because I mean we post things around town, we put things in the newspaper, we put it on Facebook. We try to do our due diligence to put things out. In Lincoln County, we've gone to a live stream on our weekly county commissioner meeting to try to get more people involved and watching. And yet, for this issue and many issues in our county, I always hear the same thing. Well, we didn't know about it. You didn't do a good job telling us. And we spend a lot of time trying to inform people, and I sometimes I have a problem with fairness. And so I heard several people today talking about how this particular company, didn't tell anybody what was going on. And I just got to say that from my perspective, they were in my office 10 times probably over the last 3 years on a live feed. They rented the community center. They had public events in our county. So there was a lot going on. And regardless of whether it's good for our county or not, I mean, I know a lot of people are very much against it. That's not my point. My point on a fairness issue would be, I think they have tried to be very transparent. And I always wonder, how can we do a better job of that? Even at my county level, when I hear people all the time say, well, I didn't know you were doing that. And sometimes I wonder how much is my responsibility to keep people informed. Are they supposed to watch? Are they supposed to listen? Am I supposed to go door to door? How do we inform people better? And it's always a concern and always something I'd love to hear some feedback on, not necessarily today, but another day from any of you that could help.
Okay. Anybody have any feedback for Commissioner Wood today?
Well, I would just chime in with a suggestion, Rebecca. If I had been in your position, and I know what you're saying, I think what I would do is see about a public mailing, like what goes out from school boards or stuff like that, to every post office box or address. That way people can't say we didn't know. They maybe threw it in the trash without looking at it, but you informed them. And I don't know how expensive that is to get a public mailing through the post office to everybody in your county, but that's what I'd think about.
Thank you. It is, I mean, maybe for a company, it wouldn't be anything. For us, particularly Lincoln County, if we want to send it to everybody in the county, it's about $2,500 every time we do a mailing. It becomes very, $2,500 goes a long ways in a little county. So, and like you said, some people just throw them away and they still, we've done it. We've done it on a couple of surveys that were really important to us, like on the courthouse, but it cost a lot of money. It hit the budget, that's for sure, but I appreciate that.
Okay.
Rebecca, when you find out the answer to that, please let me know, because it's the same in Minidoka County. You try to inform people and you try to make as much contact as you can. And inevitably, people come up and you're almost thinking to yourself, what rock have you been under? I mean, it's just, it's hard to believe that they weren't informed. So I'm open to suggestions.
Thank you, Wayne.
Definitely sounds like a challenge. I think BLM has that same challenge and other federal agencies as well. It's hard when people have very busy lives and they don't pay attention to all of the information coming at them. Well, all individual pieces, because there's a lot of information flying around out there. So yeah, I don't envy you that challenge. Any final thoughts before we take a break and come back for public comment? Okay, so let's plan to be back a couple of minutes before 4. Hannah, we might want to throw that picture or that sheet of the commenters back up again. And then we'll work through that list when we get back from a short break. Thanks, everyone. All right, it's 4 o'clock. And this is the time when we have scheduled for public comments. Hannah was showing you a list of commenters on the screen, just to make sure that everybody knows. Individuals who pre-registered provide the public comments first. They're first in line. Otherwise, commenters are listed in a first come, first serve order. Each commenter is going to have 3 minutes. You'll see a timer on the screen. So feel free to share what you'd like to share in that amount of time and keep an eye on that timer. Let's see, I think if I'm not forgetting anything else, Hannah or Heather, then we can probably get started.
Sounds good. Thank you, Nancy.
Our first commenter is Steve Hurd. So Steve, you should have the ability to unmute yourself and share your comments.
All right, and I am looking at our list and I don't see Steve Hurd listed as an attendee. So if you are Steve Hurd and maybe you're joined by a different name, go ahead and raise your hand. Or if you're Steve Hurd and you joined by phone, go ahead and dial *9 so we know you're there. Okay, and if not, maybe we'll just move on. And if Steve joins us later, we can circle back if we have time.
Great, thanks, Hannah. So our next person is Patricia Weber. And I do see her there. So Patricia, you should be able to speak if you unmute yourself.
Do you hear me?
We do.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, first of all, I applaud each and every one of you on this committee. You've been very thoughtful and mindful. I've been like a eavesdropper the last couple meetings, so I'm very impressed. I'm Pat Weber. I'm the Conservation Chair for Prairie Falcon Audubon Society, and we are a local stakeholder in the Magic Valley. And we have a membership from all ages, education, and interest of birds. Some of us are backyard birders, and some of us are engaged citizen scientists, so to speak. But we're also a chapter of the National Audubon, and they have really been a forefront on these issues that you've been talking about, and they've been building coalitions across the spectrum. So, given the escalating threat of climate change, we are challenged to develop renewable energy at a fast pace and a large scale. It's daunting, it's frightening, and it's unknown. So we strongly, as an Audubon, National Audubon, we strongly support that conversion to renewable sources of energy. The risks to birds, though, from the improper planning of renewable energy are well documented. We all want to move away from fossil fuels, but it's vital that we speak up now so that our conversion to renewable energy doesn't unnecessarily come at the expense of Idaho birds and wildlife. So I listened today, and a lot of the bigger picture items were pretty evident, and building a coalition of maybe local, state, and national organizations and agencies to really look at these studies in these areas, and maybe even create a conflict map for the state of Idaho to create energy corridors rather than wildlife corridors, so we can really pinpoint where good sightings can be throughout the state. Also, somebody talked about project proposals and sometimes requiring some different documentation from the proposer about any conflicts within the community. I think if they do some legwork, it might help. And of course, we strongly believe in siting and mitigation. And someone had talked about, I think at the very end, about, can we make the footprint smaller? Can we move it to a different area? I think if you really look at trying to minimize the impacts, I think that's something to look at. And we also strongly believe in dispersed energy generation. Keep it local, as somebody said. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pat. We really appreciate the time that you spent listening to the meeting and then providing comments. Very, very helpful. We've got J. Mark Johnson.
Okay, I'm looking for J. Mark Johnson.
Yeah, I'm not seeing.
Not
Mr.
seeing
Johnson.
them. So J. Mark Johnson, if you are joining us by phone, you can go ahead and dial *9 to raise your hand so we know you're there. Or if somehow you've joined by a different name, go ahead and raise your hand and we'll let you take your turn. And if not, we can keep moving. And like I said, circle back if he joins us later on. Oh, Joette Abo, I see your hand up and we do have you added to the list. So no worries about that. We will get to you. I think you're in spot number 11, I will say. In the meantime, same with you, Diana. We have you on the list and we'll keep moving then since J. Mark is not on here. We've got Dave Makings, and I know I saw Dave, so. Dave, you should be able to go ahead and access your microphone and take it away.
Thank you. Okay. I'm assuming you can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let me preface my brief comments with a couple of items. First of all, I am today speaking on behalf of my grandkids, and I guess on behalf of the grandkids of everyone who was there, who presented, and all of the decision makers and so forth. I'm presenting on their behalf. I just so happened that a few minutes ago, I was scrolling through some stuff and intentionally looking for the the congressional or their legal charge for Bureau of Land Management. And the final sentence in that statement was the charge to maintain and preserve activities for future use. And that fit right in with what I was going to say. And one of the presenters earlier mentioned climate change. I would like to emphasize that we are all now being impacted by climate change. And I've spent a lot of time, a lot of years studying and looking at all of this. We will continue to be impacted for generations. And if we do not take some major steps now, we will be, it's going to get really bad. And there are not only the climate changes, but the concerning thing to me is, we kind of deal with the weather and the climate and that kind of stuff. But the secondary and tertiary changes, I'm talking about, food disruption. I'm talking about rising sea levels. I'm talking about people being displaced and dispersed. I'm talking about the social, political, social unrest that may very well, in fact, I'm quite certain will be a result of that, as well as, just the general destruction of most of the climate and probably quite a few of the birds already. So in my view, the only legal and moral and ethical decision that BLM can make at this time is to go ahead and approve the both the Lava Ridge and the other wind farms, so that we can begin to move ahead and reduce our fossil fuels as quickly as we possibly can, and have a stable, reliable source of energy. I'm very impressed with the fact that in addition to the wind generators, they have a large battery storage system, which again will allow them to provide electricity even when the wind is not blowing and the sun is not shining. So I'm not generating any of my own electricity from my solar panels, I can still be drawing some, using the electricity that is ethically and environmentally sound. And so I hope very much that the Lava Ridge project is approved as is, and that we move forward as quickly as possible. And I thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you so much, Dave. We appreciate your time. All right, Hannah, take it away. Diana Nielsen.
All right, next up, Diana. Diana, you should have your microphone, so go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello, I'm Diana Nielsen. I'm a very concerned citizen. One thing I'm very concerned about is these large storage battery facilities. I think in the reclamation process, I think they need some recycling. These batteries, if they're the lithium ones, they're supposed to be able to be recycled. They need to be moved out of to whatever recycling storage facility there is. And I know there's not one in Idaho. And we don't want those lithium batteries over our aquifer. Also, I am very concerned about our aquifer between all of the wind turbines bases, all of the transmission line bases, all of the roads that will have to be excavated. I think our aquifer is in danger. Plus, just the vibrations of the massive wind turbines, if they're anchored to the crust over the aquifer, not only will it have constant vibrations that can collapse wells, a lot of the wells that are deep wells are only cased down 200 feet, like the irrigation wells that there's a moratorium on. I fear that the constant vibrations will cause some of the wells to collapse. Also, I don't know where they're getting their water from. I heard that they have approached the water board. I would like to know if they have, or if they still are proposing to drill the 6 domestic use size wells that are covered under 42-111. Also, over the birds, I've reached out to the Audubon Society, the Golden Eagle responded to me, but the prairie falcon has not. I'm glad they were here today. I also have reached out to Cornell University. 2 weeks ago, when I checked their website, 32,000 birds migrated over the Lava Ridge area, and they were at an average elevation of 5,000 feet, and that was in a 24-hour period. I don't know how they do this, but that's their data. I also am very concerned. If they boom these areas and they have tags to where they can use their money, once the projects are gone, the taxpayers again will be there to foot the bill for the maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. We really appreciate your time.
May I say one more thing?
Sure.
The Craters of the Moon is having a photography session September 24th, free to the public to come in and do their photography and have the experience. Also, you can still see the Aurora Borealis over by Wilson Lake. There's many things in the visual aspect of our beautiful Magic Valley that will be affected.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, it looks like we have Donald Lappin, but are you seeing him, Hannah, in the list?
I'm not seeing him, so let's go ahead and move on. Unless, Donald, you've joined us by phone, go ahead and dial *9 if you have. Otherwise, we'll go on to our next commenter. which is, sorry, let me get my command center, Jerry Holton. And I see Jerry, so Jerry, you should have access to your microphone. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and unmute and take it away.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jerry Holton. I've been out in that desert out here where Lava Ridge is for about 43 years. Started off shooting with my dad, ended up getting into, grew up, was riding motorcycles out there. I think I submitted an email to you guys, and I also submitted some pictures. My biggest concern is I do a lot of hunting out there, and with those emails and the pictures that you guys got, you ought to know, I kind of know the area a little bit. I don't know, I've been bow hunting for over 20 years out there, and I heard today, I kind of sat back and waited before I could speak, but heard today about the deer not being out there, this and that. But as you can tell, the pictures that I did submit, I got, I don't try to advertise or anything like that. I've sat and listened to the BLM and the Fish and Game State about the sagebrush being out there, that they stay in sagebrush, but that's not necessarily true. One of the towers that you guys built out there is right in a bedding area where there was a bunch of bucks. I didn't hunt out there in 2020, but 2021 last year, and I've been out there already this year, and those deer are gone. And they're right in, I walked like 6 miles out there. Probably I hunt about 90 days a year out there between hunting season and scouting. I've run into all kinds of other different people out there that go out there, like geocachers. I've run into coyote hunters, bird hunters, trappers, bow hunters, elk hunters, just people exploring, people riding razors, four-wheelers. And my biggest thing is with these deer, like I said, I sat and listened to people talk about it, saying that there's no deer out there, the population ain't there, they're there. I got deer hanging on my wall with the exact same, I got their sheds hanging with the deer. And I also, I was a region director for Idaho State Bow Hunters several years ago. I tried to get some planting of sagebrush and bitterbrush out there. I was denied by Fish and Game and by BLM. Also, the sage grouse, you guys don't have the sage grouse that are marked up on Cinder Butte. When I target, all I do is target deer. That's all I target out there, elk, deer, and antelope. And when I target them, that's all I have. When you guys go out there and check them, like Roy said today about, oh, he hasn't seen the animals. Well, he's out there on cattle. He's not out there looking for deer. That's all I do. So that's about all I have to say, but just make sure you check Cinder Butte's got a lot of sage grouse up there. So just to let you know. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much, Jerry.
Fuck, sound like a fucking idiot.
So we've got John Robison next. John, you should be able to unmute your phone or your device and go ahead.
Great. Well, I want to thank everyone for today's excellent discussion, and also for Nancy's timely breaks. At the Idaho Conservation League, where I'm the public lands director, we also support a smart from the start approach. So that part of the conversation really resonated with me. I also want to point out that the need for renewables is now more urgent than ever. This summer, the Treasure Valley again set a record for the number of days above 100 degrees. The fires in Idaho, the Moose Fire, Four Corners Fire, Ross Fire, and others were all made worse by the high temperatures. Sturgeon in CJ Strike went belly up and fishing was closed because of the high temperatures and low oxygen levels. So we all benefit from having a stable climate, and we need a collective effort to stave off the worst of climate change. And wind and solar energy projects are important tools in the toolbox, but we need to do renewables right, because these projects will have impacts. I also appreciated Mike Courtney sharing that the planning map for the Shoshone Field Office, and it really was clear to me that it doesn't accurately reflect the community values of this landscape. So we're really encouraged to hear that the BLM is developing this larger conflict map for Southern Idaho. And we recommend that this map also include visual resources, cultural sites, lava tubes that are important for bats, and areas that aren't appropriate for development should be protected. And we're concerned that unless the BLM takes more proactive steps in prioritizing the areas for wildlife, recreation, and cultural values, it's going to be hard to actually invest in restoring, managing, and protecting these areas if they remain open for development. So one thing I want to point out that's encouraging, this project has brought a lot of folks together just to realize how valuable this landscape is to everyone. And so Idahoans have come together before in other situations like this, whether at in the Owyhee Canyonlands or to look at how to develop the Morley-Nelson Snake River Birds of Prey National Conservation Area. And so they protected some areas, but also identified other areas that are suitable for multiple uses. And these were collaborative efforts. I think that a similar approach could be beneficial here. And I think the conflict map is an important step in helping us figure out which areas need additional protections and which areas might be more suitable for renewable energy projects. It can also help us figure out how projects like Lava Ridge can be better designed to deconflict the project area. So thank you very much. And I really appreciate the excellent discussions and hearing from everyone today.
Great. Thank you so much, John. All right. So Stephanie Novacek. Let's see. We have Stephanie here. Yep, we do. Okay, Stephanie, you should be able to unmute and take it away. Stephanie, are you with us? Stephanie, you should be able to unmute and go ahead.
Stephanie, it looks like you are unmuted, and that's a good sign. But if we're not able to hear you, so you might go ahead and try to adjust some of your microphone settings if you can.
Okay, so I think, should we move to the next person, and Stephanie, you might try and troubleshoot? What's your recommendation, Hannah?
That sounds good, Nancy. And then just a reminder that, of course, everyone can submit comments in writing too, if for some reason we're not able to get Stephanie on. So just a reminder, there's always that backup option. Sorry about that, Stephanie. Let's go on to Mary Abo. I know I saw her on here.
Yep, still there. Yep, Mary.
All right, Mary, go ahead whenever you're ready.
I'm a Minidoka survivor, and this meeting was very interesting. I agree with Chad that wildlife as well as the people should be considered in a BLM land use plan. By people, I mean the tribal natives as well as the Japanese Americans with ties to Minidoka. I am pleased that tribal lands will be shown on Mike's conflict map. I assume Minidoka will also be shown on the conflict map. I agree with Garrett that BLM needs a comprehensive vision for land use that will be helpful for this project, Lava Ridge project, and future projects. Then BLM could be more proactive rather than reactive as they are now. I'm wondering what happened to updating the Monument Resource Management Plan. I'm apprehensive as to what the draft EIS will be. I'll be looking for cultural protections advocated by Chad and Dan. To me, it seems like the Magic Energy is going ahead with developing plans as if approved. I cannot understand how Luke can allay every objection with a ready answer. I am appreciative of the time, energy, and money, as well as heartache that everyone has spent on this project. From the discussions, I really appreciate Idaho people's independent nature. I do not approve of the Lava Ridge project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary.
Oh, also, there is no Joe Abo that is a speaker. I don't know how his name got on there.
Looks like we have a Diane Honda. And Diane, I see you are on the screen, so you should be able to unmute yourself and go ahead.
My name is Diane Honda. Last week I shared my concerns as a member of the Japanese American community, but today I want to offer different food for thought. After today's decommission session, I asked my husband, who sits on the board of directors of a company that builds wind towers, if he was aware or familiar with any wind towers that had been decommissioned. And he said no. He said the towers are usually refurbished as they become less energy efficient. They are made taller and or the blades are replaced. Based on this casual exchange, I wanted to comment that if a green light is given to this project, do so assuming that the towers will be permanent fixtures, just as I assume any associated transmission lines will be as well. Also, consider if the required bonds don't cover the actual decommissioning costs required in 30 years, and I assume renewable energy technology will advance in that time span. And if the infrastructure is abandoned, the area will be dealing with a lot of white elephants, which kind of remind me of the old abandoned sports arenas and convention halls that kind of litter the cities today. I'm concerned. I agree with a lot of the concerns that everybody has raised, but this project will affect local communities, human and animal. And if it does go forward, I would hope that the power generated from this project will benefit the local communities, as they're going to be the ones who are impacted most. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Thanks so much for your time. All right, who do we have next?
Okay, that looks like the end of our original list, but in the attendees list, I do see that Steve Miller and John Arkush have their hands up. Same with Joette Abo, but sounded like Mary said that they don't have a comment. But Joette, if you want to comment, you can leave your hand up. Nancy and Heather, do you think we have some time to add some additional comments, or I'll let you make the call?
It looks to me like we just have 2 people, possibly 3, which would take us to about 4:35. Let's go ahead and do that, but if you can limit your comments to 2 minutes, that would be helpful. So Steve, if you're still interested in commenting, you can unmute yourself and we'll give you a couple of minutes.
And it looks like Steve has joined us by his phone audio. So Steve, go ahead and dial *6 if you want to unmute yourself and make a comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sure can.
Amazing. I'm always surprised when technology works. Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate you guys' time today. The committee, this was the first time I've been online to listen. I appreciate your guys' commitment in doing this, and I also appreciate the service of the BLM in answering questions and patiently helping people work through this. Probably my biggest deal is we have protection for wildlife, for birds, bats, grazing, and so on. but I'm concerned about who protects the family and the people that have lived here for generations and this heritage of open views that they grew up with and has been here since the settlers first came into this country. Like the gentleman that spoke earlier, a lot of us grew up hunting and cowboying and sometimes trapping, four-wheeling in these different areas. And especially, I live up at Fairfield, and every time I drove over the mountain going down to Gooding, on a clear day, I can see the Nevada mountains down there. And the idea of having this built in here is difficult. The impact to the people is very important. A couple of issues is the grazing. If we lose a lot of that grazing and they have to go to alternative feed availability, that's going to be really expensive. Wind and solar isn't the only green energy. President Biden included funding for nuclear energy as green energy. I would suggest that thorium molten salt nuclear modular reactors would be green and would be local. They are minimal footprint and would not require subsidy. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve. We've got John Arkush. Again, just 2 minutes. And if you're ready, you can unmute. Mr. Arkush, you'll need to unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Thank you. I just had a few comments. I'll be brief. I'll just read what I had to say. I'm commenting today to ask the Resource Advisory Committee to recommend the no action alternative for Lava Ridge project for the following reasons. With 380 miles of new access roads, 280 miles of collection lines, 400 giant wind turbines, and the NSWIP line to carry the power away, this project and other proposed public land, wind and solar projects will be a blight on our landscape of Idaho and will damage existing businesses, tourism, wildlife, and cultural and historic resources. It will detract from the beauty of our landscapes and the view shed. It will ruin the quality of life for the citizens of our valley. Lava Ridge will provide very few jobs and very little economic benefit to our state compared to the destruction of resources it will cause. It won't supply power to Idaho and will only supply unreliable power to California that will still require reliable sources to be idling in the background to fill the voids. Many reputable studies have shown that wind and solar are not an effective way to combat climate change or pollution. These studies are being ignored to promote the profits of a few large corporations via renewable energy tax credits and siting on public land. This policy lines the pockets of a few and puts the burdens on the American taxpayer. There are much better alternatives for clean energy than wind and solar on public lands. In a few years, wind and solar will be out of fashion, but if approved and built, we will be dealing with the effects of these projects for decades. Please reject this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, John. Okay, so I'm not sure if Joetta Abo is a person. Oh, and it looks like Stephanie is back up to the top. So do we want to check on Joetta, Hannah? I'm not.
Yes, definitely. Let's put her in there.
Joetta, if unmute yourself and tell us who you are. You just have 2 minutes. Okay, so Joetta, you haven't been able to unmute as far as I can tell.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I'm a real person. I actually live here in Idaho. I actually live here near the edge of this project. And so Mary knows, no, we're, as far as I know, we're not related, but my understanding is she doesn't even live in Idaho. She lives in Washington. So to get going before I run out of time, I'm going to kind of reply to your 3 questions that you had. Benefits, the recycling, the upcycling that could be done with the blades. No nuclear power, which back in the early 2000s, I was very involved in learning what was going on at our nuclear place out here on our desert. And we have generations that are going to have to deal with what's leaked into our aquifer. And we do not want to go there again. Road access, I think that would be wonderful. About a month ago, I took a ride across the desert on the very limited roads that we have that do that 40-45 mile stretch. Never saw one animal. We saw a few cows on the north side. So my comment there is I see this project as long as they're a good company, as providing shade for animals, providing less foliage out there, because it was definitely a fire hazard, as is more access to water for those animals, easier for the firefighting people, easier access for us to cross the desert, because there's only 2 or 3 roads between Kaimana Butte and Twin that you can even get across that 40-45 miles. Benefits to Idaho, I've listened to all the meetings so far. Listening to the places that's actually had this done, they've had a lot of financial benefits to their small communities. As far as the Japanese National Monument out there, I worked in the early stages on that, and I was very supportive of it. But that is also a past. We need to look to the future. And I see a lot of more travel to see that historic past, you know, if they had even more to see out there. And I think that could be something that could be very beneficial as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Joetta. We appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
So Donald will be our final, Donald Lappin, you'll be our final commenter. You were on the original list, so we will provide 3 minutes for you, and you can, let's see, did we lose you? Donald. I think he disappeared.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him again.
Okay.
Oops. But Donald, if you have joined us by phone, go ahead and dial *9 so we know you're there. But if not, we can move on.
Yes. Okay. Okay, then I think we've lost him and he hasn't joined by phone. So that will wrap up the public comment period. We do want to thank the public for, number one, attending, because it's a lot of information, it's a lot of listening, and we really appreciate your time and commitment to the project. And we want to thank the commenters who took time to prepare, organize, and share their thoughts. So with that, I guess we're ready to turn it back over to Mike for some closing comments.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. I'd like to thank the subcommittee for your time. You're all volunteers, and you probably didn't know the time investment or the complexity of the issues when you signed up for this project. I think the notes from today will be really important for the draft EIS review. Almost everything, an emphasis on almost everything we discussed today, is in the draft EIS, including the detailed analysis of alternatives mentioned by Commissioner Woods and the mitigation mentioned by others. The cake is not baked, but the project could help meet the president's goal of 25 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2025. Cody and I are acutely aware we have a high bar to meet with the draft EIS, and we're committed to doing that. We also have regular check-ins with the state director's office and the department on this project, and expect that will continue through the draft EIS at least, to talk about the comments, the subcommittee's input, and then make a decision to move forward with the final EIS or not. I can't predict what'll happen in the future. We're still waiting to schedule a date to release the draft EIS. So we'll schedule our next subcommittee meeting around that date when we know it. And then I'd like to close where I started today. When we release the draft EIS, we're going to ask you to review it and make sure we've addressed all the issues. And then let us know if anything is missing from the range of alternatives. There's a meeting on October 19th. That's a full RAC meeting. It's not a subcommittee meeting. So with that, Nancy, I think I'm done. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. That's a wrap then. Thank you everyone for your time today. Have a good evening.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Nancy, so much.
Oh,
Thanks, everybody.
it looks like, yeah, Brenda?
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate everything you do for us.
Thanks, Brenda.
Yep. And Commissioner Schenk, you have your hand up.
Yeah, just thank you so much for facilitating this meeting and the opportunities. And just a point of clarification, so the subcommittee does not have a meeting on October 19th?
That's correct.
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you. I'll take it off my calendar then.
Thanks, everybody.
Take care.
Appreciate you.